Makes one think of a local organization, whereas it may be a regional or statewide organization that would be eligible to apply.
I think it'd probably be all right. We have some discussion that probably put club or organization so we can be as inclusive as we can.
That's fine.
Okay. Any problems with that, other commissioners? Very good. Priority number 4, environmental studies. Projects that need environmental studies in highly desired areas to maintain or expand OHV riding areas. Any comments on that? Number 5, leverage projects. Projects that leverage private, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, Nevada State Parks, or local government funding. Any comment on that? Number 6, economic impact. Projects that fund studies of OHV interest for potential economic impact. For example, identifying Nevada Commission Off-Highway Vehicle funding sources, improved user or business group participation. Any problems with that priority? Okay. 7, public education outreach. Projects that incorporate public education components to showcase the benefits of OHV communities. Are there any more comment about our priorities as far as these grants go?
I have a couple comments about that page, Greg.
Sure.
Eileen Palmer, for the record.
Sure.
You have a couple carrots there in that second paragraph where you're talking about program descriptions.
Yes.
And it's blank right now, Nevada Administrative Code. So 490 should probably be inserted there.
Yeah, I think 490.068.
Have you seen it codified?
I'll go ahead and put 490.
Because this is NAC, this is not NRS.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. I looked yesterday to see if it had been actually placed anywhere publicly, and I didn't find it. So therefore, I'm also thinking that in parentheses, you might want to reference LCB file number R131-14.
Or, okay. Good suggestion. Or would it be more appropriate just to list as a NRS 490 instead of the administrative code?
No, you
Okay.
have the NRS identified in
All right.
the first paragraph.
Okay.
And it is the regulations that you want
Okay.
them to be able to refer to.
Okay.
And they should be out soon. I don't know how quickly they do that, but they were approved. So.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go visit them after this meeting and see how that's going.
And then on number 3 on the priority,
Yes.
we were just talking in the South that it may be better to have landowner/manager because it may be an actual owner.
I think that would be fine. And actually, you brought up, maybe go to one other point. The second paragraph, second sentence, it just said a maximum of 60% of funds can be awarded for trails and a minimum of 15% of funds must be awarded. I was thinking of changing that to may. We're not obligated to fund that whole amount. Just a small change.
That's a good change.
Okay. Very good. All right.
This is Commissioner Baker. I just have one other comment on my latest version. The second paragraph, the first sentence says the OHV grant announcement is to allocate 75% of the funds. And I know we mean the combination of trails and safety and public education is 75% of the total funds. But when you read it and you're not embedded in it like us, do you think that that implies holding back 25% of the available money and we're only giving out 75%? Because I read it that way at first, and then I reread it and knew what we meant, but I didn't know if somebody could question why aren't you giving away almost all of the available funding? So I just wanted to ask other people if they thought that could be misread or not.
Other commissioner comment?
Can we just eliminate the percent amount and let the sentence, this Commissioner Cox for the record, just let the sentence reads, the OHV grant announcement is to allocate OHV funds for trails and safety. and so on.
It seems like it'd work. That agreeable to everyone? Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Sue.
You want to ask Commissioner Griggs if he has any?
Commissioner Griggs?
Well,
Commissioner Griggs, you doing all right out there on the phone? You got a mute on there.
we have
Doing good, yes, thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you. All right. Should we go to page 4? Okay, that was the priorities right there. Okay. We had that little law enforcement paragraph up there in the middle. We'll just take that out. That was previously explained. Okay. Section 2, award information. Actually, just a question for you, Connie. Do we make it fiscal year 2015, not worry about 2014? Okay. We can either talk about the funding available now or right down the road a little bit. What's the Commission's pleasure?
Commissioner Baker?
Commissioner Baker, go ahead.
Because I want to tie it into the new information with the Desert Conservation Program, I think we got to talk about it later to comply with open meeting law to bring everything up.
That sounds good. Okay, we'll address that.
But I did have my concern with this paragraph was I wasn't excited about us announcing that we plan to award 6 to 8 grants ranging from 30 to 80,000. I don't know, we never talked as a group with regard to the amount of money we would like to see one application look like and how many we thought we could award. And I don't know that I'm excited about pinpointing it that close and limiting anybody. I sort of like to see, you know how much we have, decide on your own how much you want to apply for. If somebody wanted to apply for $10,000, then maybe they wouldn't be compelled to do that, and I would think that that would be.
It's not something
So
I
that's my
discussed
thought.
either.
What's that?
It's not something I've ever discussed either.
Very well. Actually, I believe it's kind of practice from other grant programs. I don't know if you'd like to elaborate on that a little bit, Connie, if that's...
I completely agree that you may not want to limit those applying under 30,000, so maybe delete that minimum dollar amount. But I think that it's a good idea to give someone or agencies, organizations an idea about how much. Otherwise, you have organizations that may be asking for $600,000, which, you know, obviously if that's okay with the commission, then that's okay.
And for the record, Chair McKay, and the 6 to 8 grants, as far as that limitation,
I don't have any comment.
so would it work we could eliminate the 6 to 8 grants and change the range? Is 10,000 low enough, or would you like to take it down to 5,000?
Well, why say?
What's that?
This is Commissioner Elmore. I guess I'm curious, why say anything
Why
on the low end? And I also am concerned, I understand the concern about capping it, but then again, if somebody comes to us with a $100,000 project that's the cream of the crop and is the most worthwhile, I want to be able to do that, and I want those grants to come forward. So I think there's danger in capping it at the high end as well.
So would it, Chairman McKay, for the record, would it please the commission just to strike that sentence?
This is Commissioner Cox.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
Since in NRS it's capped at no project can receive more than, and I don't have the figure in front of me,
30%.
a certain amount of money. So maybe we incorporate that in there. Once we know how much money we're going to give away, then the cap becomes automatically 30% of that amount.
So we could, Commissioner Elmore.
This is Commissioner Elmore for the record. We could reference that exact wording from NRS just as a reminder that no single project can receive more than 30%.
Excellent. Does that change please the commission? We'll eliminate the original sentence and put something into the effect that no grant can be more than 30% of any grant category per our statute restriction.
Yes.
Hearing no objection, thank you. Going down, does anyone have any problems with the common eligible project cost? That's been pretty standard for a while there. Very well. I'll move to page 5. Does anyone have any issues with common ineligible project costs?
Chair McKay.
Commissioner
I
Baker?
apologize.
Oh, Raylene?
It's Raylene.
All right, go ahead, Raylene.
On page 4, did you say you were removing that paragraph discussing law enforcement?
Yeah, do you think it needs to be in there still?
I do, especially because you reference it in the introduction of section 1.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's not going to be clear why there isn't a law enforcement award in there.
Okay. All right. Any objection by any commissioner? Very well. We'll leave that in. Very good. Thank you, Raylene.
And this is Commissioner Baker.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I have questions with regard to the ineligible project costs with the items for flyers, brochures, publications, printing, marketing, and advertising. If we're going to do the public outreach, I would think that those would be components of that.
Yes, I would agree. I had that same thing marked on my thing. Or could we put as far as respect to public education and outreach, those costs are appropriate, or should we leave them in? And
you make it so you can't even print maps.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Okay. So should we just remove those 3 items from the ineligible project costs?
We could put them into eligible, or we could not do anything.
Yeah, we could also put them in eligible project cost and take them out of the ineligible project cost. Any objections by any commissioner?
Audit and legal services. There's going to be times when you have to have legal services to get this all through the system.
But that's going to be their expense, not ours.
I think
You could kill the whole
All right,
deal.
hang on. Commissioner Elmore?
This is Commissioner Elmore for the record. I think it's confusing that in the common eligible project costs, the second one from the bottom on page 4 is food for volunteers working on the project. Yet on page 5, the common ineligible project costs, food and beverages are listed. So I don't know if that needs clarification
We're also
in the ineligible, but I think that's confusing.
Okay. I'll take care of that and then I'll address you.
I think you might be looking at an old version.
I'm looking at the version that's posted as
it's a newer version.
Yeah. So if I'm not looking at the most recent version, which is the one that's posted to the site, I need to get a copy of the new one.
The new one just says food for banquets or alcohol. Because I made that comment earlier, and that was one of the revised changes already.
And then two notes down, 2 bullet items down, it just says food and beverages, period, in the ineligible project costs.
You guys don't have the most recent version.
Raylene, this is Connie Lucido. You had suggested that change, and I deleted that out of the July 29th version. But these folks are looking at the early version of what you edited with Greg. I believe that's what they have.
Yeah.
Right, they don't have the most recent version that you sent just 2 days ago.
Right.
Correct.
Which
Correct.
the only change between what they're looking at and what you have is your changes, or your suggested changes.
Okay, so to be clear, as far as the eligible cost, the food for volunteers will be removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Darren?
Greg, I'm
Food and
wondering
beverages
if we
removed.
should Should we distribute, because there's a lot of changes that I made, so everybody should have a copy of what's already been changed.
Yeah.
That
I can
could,
make copies for the commissioners here. Do you have the ability to do that up there?
not readily, no. I think maybe just bring them up as we go
Can we
through.
at least email us the correct stuff so we're not looking at the wrong stuff?
Well, this is Commissioner Elmer. I'm concerned that I'm looking at the one that's posted on as the support material on the OHV website for the meeting agenda. And if it's not the most up to date, I don't think that we can expect
We can't go
the
forward.
people here in Carson City to be able to follow along.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, this is what was posted, not the latest version. So, and I'm hoping at the end, if there's some small changes not mentioned, that we'll get authority to make some minor corrections and approve the draft to go out for applications. Commissioner Lambert, you had a concern on audit and legal services?
John Griggs.
Hang on one sec, John. Go ahead, Gary.
Commissioner Lambert, for the record, I really do think that we actually need the correct document to do this job effectively and legally. When we start to talk about limiting volunteers and some of those other costs, those are part of the match. They should be part of the match. They shouldn't be part of the funding mechanism. When we eliminate them, we don't do our public any service at all. I'm all anxious to get this done, but to get it done with the correct paperwork in front of the public and the commission seems to be appropriate. It's troubling. Thank you.
There's two possible ways of doing it. We could read in the other changes that were made so that you can follow along and know those changes as well. Or, like I said, I have the ability to make copies for the commissioners down here. If you could get a copy to the commissioners up there, make copies available to the public,
There's a printing office
or you could
downstairs.
post on it.
Chris. What's the pleasure of the commission? Do we want to read the changes in, or should we get a copy of the latest one? And
John Griggs that wouldn't be able to participate.
that's true.
You need to ask John what he has.
Commissioner Griggs, did you have a comment?
No comment from this. Joe Griggs.
He was just logging back in, but ask him whether he has the most recent copy or the old copy.
Commissioner Griggs, do you have the most recent copy that was posted of this grant guidebook?
The most recent copy wasn't posted.
Yeah.
I have a little trouble
Wasn't
here.
emailed.
I believe no one has the most recent copy here other than probably Raylene and Connie.
I
Right.
could also send an email out to everybody right now to get that copy as well.
All right. We could probably do that, handle some other commission business, and then get back on this while we're getting the copies made, or do you want to just take a little break?
This is Commissioner Elmore. Is there copying capabilities in this office, or can we send
There is
somebody?
downstairs.
So, yeah, I think we need to have the most recent copy. We also need to provide that to the public this year in Carson City.
Let's just take a break.
All right. Raylene, can you email me that most recent copy, and we'll get some printed downstairs?
You have the one that Connie sent, right?
I have it right
Do you have a hard copy?
You have a hard?
So we can just,
Actually, Connie has a hard copy right here. We'll get a couple copies made downstairs and move forward on this.
Okay, is there anybody on the phone that I need to
Commissioner Griggs, can we email the latest draft to you?
I'd have trouble seeing it. So, yes, please email it, but it'd be hard for me to work with.
Okay. All right. Would it be appropriate while we're making these copies that we can take care of some other commission items while we're getting the copies? We'll just suspend this for a few minutes. Is that appropriate?
Fine.
Okay.
I'll have to leave the meeting in order to get those copies.
Yes, it used to be 10 or 15.
All right. About if we take a 15-minute break, we'll take a break till 9:30. All right. My apologies. I'll get a copy for you. I'll be right back.
Connie, do you have it electronically? Oh, okay. I need to get Raylene if she can send it out. That way I can pull it up. Save a copy.
Out on the fly. I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
she
out
just
on the
left
fly,
it.
I will
Let's
not
make the
use
copies.
it. Do you want to make it where that'll be the only time?
Well, yeah, this is the one that is posted. That's what's on the. I don't know which. I don't know which copy it is.
And there's no chance that
This is from the agenda, which was using a document back from people.
And obviously, if the changes were made within the last 2 days, we couldn't have posted them anyways.
They weren't made.
Oh, they weren't.
July 8th material was made available for comment from your commissioners, and I received comments back from Raylena, which is the document that I have. I didn't receive comments from the constables.
So I almost had the place to do that. And I just take it off. But I had three different pickups.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that. That gives them an exclusion if anything happens.
That's it.
So,
That doesn't look like that, but it's losing.
so basically now you have just a piece of dirt. Or does the bank, or does the bank have a piece of dirt? Oh, okay. Oh, so the structure's still intact. It's just the roof's gone. Interior contents.
The property behind it, on the side of it, and then the property was on the property. Just hold that stuff.
No, I understand. Aren't you off kids' cares?
Oh, it's all commercial.
That's what I was gonna say. It's, in other words, it's
Commercial.
everything. Oh, so it's multi.
Mine's commercial, somebody else's multi. So I would
Do
say.
you have frontage?
No, it's not even Miami, but Portsmouth, Forest, and Harvard. The street that.
Okay, Harvard's over by the post office.
There's frontage on that street well over there.
Man, I'm trying to picture in my head where the hell
It's
is
right
that?
next to Winkle Fence. Saturn was my grandparents' house.
Okay, so
Saturn. See, the interesting thing is if you find out that it's not for apartments, it's 100% owned in the course of that. Before we get anything.
that's pretty good.
It's like
Mow it down, and put it. You haven't been to the ordinance house without it. Got rentals.
Yeah, but it's the way to do it. That's on that scale.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's like 1%.
Well, how much land is it?
It's way below. It's way low.
No, how much land?
If you take all of the family plan and they were to put it together, it's about 200 units.
Yeah, I was going to say, you do a big project.
It's a realistic and affordable.
So in other words, you have family parcels adjacent. Is there anything on them? But like another old, yeah. So it's in the old house. Is it even? So none of this.
It's worth nothing. The ground's worth something.
Oh, and it's almost on stuff like that. It's almost the whole is worth the
All of
value.
them together is worth much more than that.
Yes, because you can't do anything with it.
His dad and this guy was his wife
So he just wants money.
What you've done so far is they would make the deal. What was it do was it? And I had a meeting so next week. So they do that.
Sure.
And the pipeline makes sense because as soon as you pull it, it's that fish part. Now you can get the take the responsibility for the part. Hundreds of units of cash flow. What's that?
Well, and then you start cash flow that. Then now you have something to sell. Or you keep. I was gonna say, or you keep it.
You probably want to keep it for 7 years to appreciate shit.
I don't think
What they do is they trade.
you can't appreciate it in 7 years.
They have a value that it has to do with keep trading other sets of guys because that's I don't know yet.
Yeah, I'm really up on that. And that's where we get screwed. It's 30. It's like 30. I think it's 37 years depreciation. So you have to use a scale to where it's.
But anyway, it's food for thought. It's like the
7 years like airplane. Airplanes are probably one of the best because they don't depreciate. But 7 years you can take a $20 million jet and take
with 5.
no, in 7 years you can depreciate it to 0. Yeah, so just take 20 million divided by 7. You're looking at damn near 3 million a year depreciation on something that at the end you can sell the 20. Yeah. And what they do with but you gotta have shit.
It's so hard yesterday.
Oh fuck, it has.
It was really hard when I knew it was so broad.
I've dealt with it. Mine's always been, like when the forensic auditor went through the books. My ex-partners, it's like, he dug it all up, and yeah, it was like, okay, no, it's like, oh, well, they might not have known, oh, fuck, there's no way they didn't know. That's a direct, you're looking at that, it's looking you right in the face, come on,
But the thing that I was worse
oh, fuck, it's a trust thing, because you've always been trusting.
I'm so guilty, so hurt, it's never.
Part of you wants to get that's not yours. That's always been.
It's in there. Asking me for something good. I should sell it. Take great replies. I thought I'd see if there's anybody that rents something and what it all spoke for.
I have no idea, but you would think, because there's so many out-of-towners. You know, last year we had 3 different call-ins, one from New York, one from Chicago, I'm not sure what the other. They called in, bought generators, basically over the phone with a credit card, and then picked them up on their way, flew in, so I don't know what.
Last time it was a big one because it was a better power plant, but it was 2000. I guess they didn't get a little off.
The 2000s and do it in series.
I couldn't feel it. I thought good and the back was out, put it back on the drive. It went on well. I could just handle it if it was empty. But when it was full of gas in my back,
Well, that's...
and I used it. It worked.
Fuck yeah.
The other guy would 24 hours take this the low load on one tank.
24 hours. I didn't think they'd go that long.
I filled it up one night.
Yeah, back and still fucking
Call This is impossible.
wow.
No, that was just no load. The only thing it didn't have was proof on was horribly proud of it. I still had the box and stuff.
Not this mutation. My wife.
How could you think that was worth doing? Anyway, the girlfriend's question. Obviously, this is still burning out.
Yeah, have you known her for a while?
6 months right now.
Well, I was going to say, obviously you feel pretty comfortable. 6
No,
months.
it's good to definitely. What did you do? You had a perfect record. You've never been through any of that. I think it'll probably be good for both of us. We'll be better people.
I fucking did it when I was so fucking young. 21, I was fucking done.
I don't need self-knowledge. It's just amazing these young children.
We were there one time.
I hope we burn through this. I hope we burn through this. I'm supposed to be in Reno at 12. This is going to take forever, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I have to this afternoon.
I saw that face. It's like, no. Ah, frick.
Anyway, I guess you guys can give it to thousands left.
We did. Fuck, we sold shit 3 or 4 of them in the last couple of days.
I guess that's what it calls now. And we hope that we're rid of the fly. I mean, that we've been around crazy people. Still die.
At least if you have air and a place to go.
A place that's cool, that you can be quiet and dark.
I'm sorry, what?
A place you can be quiet and dark. How did they do 2 stars in?
We got 3 in also.
I looked at
That
one.
X spot, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that one. I was,
Mark Chadwick and Parts, please.
they got fuel tanks figured out for me.
I don't know, because stock, they're not that big.
Well, stock
They
not
need-
only not that big, but the tank looks complicated.
Well, because they're... Hey, Mark, I got a question. How many 2,000 generators do we have? You have 4 currently. Okay. Gary, remember Gary Lambert? He's gonna probably need a couple of them. So, and if you can pull up his last two, just let him have that same thing. You're gonna need you'll need the cable, right? Cable kit for putting them in the series.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe just kind of pull them aside. Because here's the other thing. You know, with Burning Man, I think we could get a fucking big old run on them again. So we might think about putting a hand on, especially those 2000s. They're fucking such a cool setup. By being able to fucking link them. Because they're easy carry.
Where'd you put them on your
Yeah, he got a 3000 last time. But it was right on the verge of being almost too heavy. But he really liked it. It just... But you want to go
Some old
2000.
growth and put it with the twos.
He's going to do with the 2.2s. Because I think he vacillated on either 2.2s or 1.3s before. So. Okay. Okay. And then, like I say, you might think about pulling in a few more, because that basically that leaves you with one person buying 2 in the series, and you'd be out. And I think so you're ready for okay. That, or you might see what they have as far as orders. I think if you order, you might go in. I don't know if they have like a demo program or anything like that. Oh, so you already have... Okay, well, I didn't know. So in other words, you have a replacement program for next month? Oh. Okay, yeah, if you have futures, yeah, just see if you can move them up, that would be good. And when is Burning Man? So, the next couple of weeks we'll start seeing them.
Next week it'll be over the shop.
Okay.
The man burns on the gate opens on Saturday.
The 9th of September.
Like it is that.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, it's a Labor Day push, so I think that would be probably wise. I guess they burned the man on the night, so you figure what, probably the 3rd through the 9th, that 6-day route. So that means everyone's going to be pushing probably around the 1st.
The big camps and stuff are headed up.
No, I know.
Middle of the
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that'd be That's fine. Perfect. How's your day going? Okay. No, I know, and I will hopefully, I was going to try to allocate some time this afternoon to help me do returns, but I'm at the mission right now. We're in a recess because we had a glitch on some of the articles we're dealing with, so this might drag on. So if it drags on, it's going to, I'm trying to do something with Lynn, what's his name? The guy that passed away. Don Stiles. It's his brother, so I'm trying to help him get rid of that one. Okay. Perfect. And I'm not sure, I'm sitting next to Gary right now. I don't know when that'll be in, but probably in the next couple of days, I would think. Perfect. So even if he comes in on Saturday and you're not there, they'll be able to pull it up. Awesome. That way, perfect. Perfect. Okay. Hey, can you patch me through to Johnny, please? She looks familiar. And she's been Carson. Yeah.
At the high school. She's 49.
She's been a little bit. My brother went to high school here, but he's 52. So they would have been real. You know, he'd have been a senior when she was a sophomore. That's her daughter. She's really pretty. Got her daughter's beautiful too.
The daughters are more.
How old's her daughter?
21.
Okay. I would have missed my kids because my kids obviously went to Anderson.
College seniors working at getting.
Dalquist. That's such a familiar name.
It's because it signs realtor signs all over with a photograph and name on it. And you see them all over.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I know. So you're humping. So you gotta, so we don't have a built TW. Oh. And you didn't even, yeah. I know. Well, and here's the thing, they drove in, so they had the trailer off. Please. Were they both of them were not set up?
Yeah. Keep a fresh one here.
Got it. Alright, I'm trying to think. There's something I needed to ask you now. Yeah, because my brain's, I'm in the middle of it. Yes. Did you call just to see if there's more than give us a bid? Really? There's no way I can't ask as a favor.
Okay.
They're doing a meeting.
Chairman McKay for the record.
Anyway.
I'm going to try to reconvene at 9:35 a.m. Having gotten the latest version of the draft guidebook to the public and commissioners. DAG Palmer, did they get copies of the new updated regulation grant guidebook?
Yes, they did, and I made an extra copy as well for any public, although we don't have any here now.
Okay.
So maybe the best way to go through, just in case there's anybody on the phone, we can talk about the changes. Everybody can see them now. I also did email a copy to Commissioner Griggs. I know he said he may have difficulty getting it, but at least he'll be aware of what the changes are between the draft that everybody was sent earlier and the latest draft that everybody has now.
Okay. You think it'd be constructive? We just go back and go over the couple changes we made from the beginning so the public and everything are on the same page?
I do, and also we can note the changes that were discussed that we want to incorporate now to the latest draft.
Great, okay. We'll go back to page 1, just to make sure everybody's on the same page here. Again, I think the only change on page 1 was the application deadline will reflect when our 60 days from when we announce for a grant application, so probably won't be September 30th. Any objection, any further comments?
14.
Well, yes, and we're also going to take year 2014 out of there, just fiscal year 2015. Any further changes, discussion on page 1? Very well. Page 2 is the table of contents. That's identical to the other versions, so if there's any comments on page 2. Okay, hearing none. Page 3. It was suggested to change the second paragraph, first line, to take out the 75% to make the line read, this OHV grant announcement is to allocate OHV funds for trail and safety training and public education for fiscal year 2015.
Chairman Kay?
Yes.
Raylene Palmer for the record.
Yes.
I think we may also want to take out is to allocate and maybe change that to may, because you don't want to be confined to that.
Okay, so may allocate OHV funds for trail and safety training and public education for fiscal year 2015.
Well, I guess you are definitely allocating something, so
Yeah.
let's figure out how to word that.
Does may work all right, or can?
May, in case we stumble again, we don't break the rules.
May?
Connie Lucero for the record. Can
Let's
you
go ahead,
say
Connie.
Will.
Yes, I agree. That's what I was just thinking.
Okay. That meets approval of the commissioners?
Yes.
And we've taken away the 75%.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Struck all that.
It will read, this OHV grant announcement will allocate OHV funds for trail and safety training.
I thought you said May.
Actually, it was suggested will would be the better term that Raylene and Connie came up. For public education for fiscal year 2015. That second line, I wanted to change that must to may, so it would read a maximum of 60% of funds can be awarded for trails and a minimum of 15% of funds may be awarded for public education, outreach, and safety. It just, we don't have to allocate all of it. It's up to us what to fund and not.
You should also eliminate the word minimum.
Okay. And so I'll actually eliminate a minimum of and just make it read and 15% of funds may be awarded for public education, outreach, and safety. Okay. The last line down there, we have to insert the proper Nevada Administrative Code, and we'll refer to the file LCBR 13114, or if it gets updated by the LCB, we'll get another appropriate reference. That work for the group?
Yes.
Okay.
131,
Maybe for this time around, just reference both. Put NEC 490, and then in parentheses, have the LCB number R
Okay.
131-14.
This is Commissioner Cox.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
Don't forget in the very first paragraph that we're going to change that to the new formula the way DMV is allocating the money.
Excellent, thank you.
Actually, we eliminated it.
Or just going to
Yeah, it did get
that's what-
eliminated. Okay, in the
So,
new version.
yes, we just
Okay,
took that out.
okay. Very well.
It makes reference to NRS 490. If anybody wants to see the full version, you have that. That talks about how the funding works.
Okay. And
This is Commissioner Baker.
yes, go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
In the very first paragraph, when we talk about law enforcement, so the fourth line down, we need that little asterisk after law enforcement, and then putting that asterisk in front of the definition of law enforcement at the end of that section.
Did the first paragraph stay or does it go?
First paragraph stays. She just wanted a little more definition of law enforcement and how those funds were handled. Would that be that little paragraph we had based on recommendations from OCJA and?
Commissioner
Yeah, so
Orr.
if we were keeping the law enforcement definition in as it's typed up, we just need to put the little asterisk in the beginning paragraph so that it references back down to it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Or you could do it in a footnote. You could drop a footnote.
Okay. I think we can make that change. Competitive priorities. We discussed modifying that sentence to recognize recognize Nevada OHV club or organization. Okay. And on number 3, trail mapping, we expanded just BLM approval to owner or land manager. Okay. Any comments on those other priorities down there?
On one,
Yes, go ahead. Oh, yeah, for the record.
for the record, Commissioner Jerome, on line 1 on the recognized Nevada OHV club or organizations, do we also pull that in at the end where?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're tagging it on the
We'll
front
tag
and the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
And organizations on the end also. Great. Thank you, Michael. Okay. You go to page 4. And
Sure, okay.
just
I
go ahead,
apologize. Question.
Raylene.
Quick question on priority number 6, identifying NCOHV funding sources. That's in parentheses. What does that mean?
So, somebody could apply for a grant to find additional funding sources for us.
Yeah, I think that we could study or apply for different funding sources. Someone could identify more of them or outline how we could be better funded.
Could we add the word additional then?
Yeah. So identifying NCOHV additional funding sources.
Or additional in front of that.
Or additional NCOHV funding sources?
Okay.
Sorry.
Additional. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other suggestions there on page 3? Okay. Page 4, we were going to, we'll talk about what type of funding we want to have available, and it's only for fiscal year 2015.
John Griggs.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Griggs.
Just call that.
How you doing? You still with us?
Good morning. Yep. Sorry.
No. Sorry for us. Does anyone have any additions or deletions to these common eligible project costs? Any comments? I know we talked about the food for volunteers working on the project. Do we want to keep that in, or do we want to take that out?
This is Commissioner Elmore.
Yes.
In the revised copy, I think it's addressed appropriately.
Okay. It's in with the revised copy right now, so. Very well.
Chairman Kay, would you talk
Yes.
about the changes that were made to the first paragraph on page 4?
As far as the as far as the award information goes, section 2.
Yes, how is the changes going to be made?
Well, we're going to just have to decide as a commission what the level of funding will be for this thing, and we'll discuss that under another item today and put it in.
This is Commissioner Elmore.
Yes, go ahead.
I looked it up. It's 490.069 subsection 4 that identifies that no more than 30% can be spent
Oh, yeah, okay.
on one
All right.
award. So I think personally we just simply remind them of that or state that, and that will eliminate the need to state a minimum or a maximum.
6 or 8 grand.
Okay. All right, so yeah, we were going to take out the 6 to 8 grants and also the amounts, but just to have a statement in there and cite the statute that says no more than 30% of any grant category can be awarded to one project.
This is Connie.
Yes, go ahead, Connie.
If you want to cite the statute, can I have that one more time?
Commissioner Elmore, for the record, it's 490.069 subsection 4.
Great. Thanks, Darren. Okay. Here are no more comments on eligible project cost. We'll go to page 5. Ineligible project costs. We had some concerns about the flyers, brochures, publications, printing, marketing, advertisement, and postage. I think we probably need to include them, especially for public education outreach, so what would be the best way to do that?
Connie Lucido, for the record, can we put it into eligible project costs in parentheses outside of education and outreach? Or would you prefer it be completely separate?
What's the pleasure of the commission?
It's okay to be in parentheses.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I think you can just add in on any ineligible listing, flyers, brochures, publications, printing, etc., not related to or pertaining to public education and outreach.
And maps.
Yeah, I think we probably want to be able to do maps. It's not in eligible stuff, so do you want to put maps on eligible costs?
Yes.
So we're going back to page 4.
Yeah, going back to page 4, maps can be an eligible project cost. Any objections to that? If you want to bring it up.
Commissioner Lambert, for the record, under ineligible project costs, we talk about vehicle maintenance. That would indicate that if we were to fund a vehicle or a side-by-side or a trail machine, that it would end up unrepaired and unserviced and unmaintained. I don't believe that is our intention.
Any further comment?
I'd like to see vehicle maintenance for necessary equipment put back under eligible costs.
Commissioners, Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Zito for the record. I understand why you may want to make that an eligible cost. If you do, you run the risk of maintaining ATVs and other equipment for the duration of its life. Our sub-grant awards at this time require, there is a notation that they require them to maintain inventory and equipment if their grants do purchase them. So that caveat is already in the sub-grant award.
I think what you're saying works for government entities. It probably doesn't work for clubs and volunteers that are already spending their own money for public good. I think it works for police departments, fire department. It works for government entities. It doesn't work for Larry at Nevada 4-wheel drive if he buys a trail machine and it doesn't. He's not able to fund maintaining it.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I guess I'm concerned. How, as a applicant, how do you have any clue what to designate as an amount for maintenance? I mean, yes, you have standard service, but if one of your volunteers drives a machine into a tree, then is it the responsibility of the OHV Commission to fund the maintenance of and the repair of that vehicle? I mean, I guess it's just if you add it in, I think it's so broad without limiting it down to the point that it might not make sense. It just seems really broad and seems like you're opening up a Pandora's box of opportunities.
Mr. Dro?
Commissioner Dro for the record. I agree with Commissioner Elmore. And I do believe we discussed anyone that basically, gets awarded a grant for a machine, part of the grant process makes them responsible for maintenance, obviously repairs. I think it's a no-brainer because we don't want to be on the hook for repairing again. If someone does something irresponsible, why would the commission pay for their acts? I mean, I think that's part of the responsibility of the grant recipient to maintain and operate the machine. And if we're given $10,000 for a machine, they should be able to budget out $500 a year for the servicing of it. Otherwise, if we're on the hook for it, that could create such a bad window of irresponsibilities.
Okay, any other commissioner comments on that? Any audience comments, public comment on that? Yes, go ahead. Mr. Gers for the record.
Please step up to the microphone.
All right, go up to the mic.
Scott Gers, Nevada Trail Stewards for the record. I agree with Commissioner Lambert that this type of equipment is going to be heavily used equipment. And Mr. Jarrell, we've spoken in the past about this equipment getting used on a recreational basis and lasting forever. You've seen things that look like they're new with only a few hundred miles on them. This equipment's going to be used on a practical basis, weekly, daily, monthly, and you're going to see quite a bit more maintenance and requirements for these vehicles. So you start out with a $20,000 vehicle, a $15,000 piece of service equipment, and suddenly you've got no budget and no way to keep these things operational and keep them going for operational expenses. So I think that's important to look at, and maybe there's an idea to have an actual budget that's applied for, and maybe it's a per piece usage for maintenance and for additional equipment, for repairs and continued maintenance. And then one other item that we were talking about, we spoke about earlier, was on the ineligible list, was the printing, flyers, brochures, publications, and things like that for public education. Where do you expect to see those funds coming out of another area here down the road, or is the organization themselves that's going to be doing the public education and the outreach responsible for all the printing costs as well?
We allowed all those flyers, printing, marketing, postage stuff to be eligible costs for public education outreach function there.
Okay.
I don't know what the answer is for vehicle maintenance.
Commissioner Elmore, I guess I would ask Sharice, what happens on the law enforcement side? Do they ride in the maintenance of a police car when they apply for a grant to buy a police car? Or what's the standard there?
Sharice Witt for the record from Office of Criminal Justice Assistance. With the law enforcement agencies, we do not provide the maintenance funds. Again, that is a little bit different than the clubs because they do have their budgets that they can pick up the funding for. But our standard practice is not to pay for the maintenance.
Thank you. That's somebody for me.
Okay, well, as it stands, what's the disposition of the rest of the commission? Do we leave vehicle maintenance as an ineligible cost, or do we make some sort of modification?
Commissioner Baker.
Commissioner Baker?
We've talked here, and we're pretty firm that we should have it be an ineligible cost.
All right.
Not included. And that if I like the disclaimer part about if you are awarded a vehicle, then it's your responsibility to ensure that you can maintain it.
Very good. I think we can put something in there to that effect. Thank you. Sorry, Gary.
That's fine.
I think we'll probably have to do around, see if this becomes a bigger issue and how to address it, whether to, in the future, put a lid on it or keep the same position. So,
Okay.
yes. Commissioner Elmore?
Moving on, Commissioner Elmore, for the record, I have a question on mileage, and I don't necessarily know the answer. I just know that NDOW often, the Department of Wildlife here in the state, often values the mileage and the hours are actually worth more because they're matched funds or matched amounts when applying for Pittman Robertson funds, et cetera, which are distributed to them. So I guess I'm concerned that if we make mileage an ineligible cost, obviously we don't want to pay mileage that's not pertaining to the project, but if it can be matched and can be an amplifier for further support, I think is valuable. So I don't know if that's an opportunity. I just know that on the wildlife side with Pittman Robertson funds, it's a major component and a major driver.
All right. Commissioner Lambert?
Commissioner Lambert, for the record, I believe part of the problems, and I agree with Darren, is the common ineligible cost is a misused term. The common ineligible funding by the OHV is fine, but these costs should be allowed for matches. They should be allowed. Volunteerism needs to be counted as something that's brought by the clubs and organizations. When we say cost is where we get in trouble. We're saying that the commission doesn't want to pay for it, but many of these things are costs, and they should be counted not as a cost to the commission, but as a match. I mean, when I look at this, we're losing track of the fact that people leverage the money we give them, and we're eliminating their ability to account the leverage that they bring to us. That's our multiplier. This is not within my goal range.
Chairman.
For the record?
suggestion is that we change that heading to common and eligible direct costs. And then that would allow for that match.
That's fine if direct cost is the term you want to use. I mean, I'm not in favor of funding all those things, but I'm very unacceptable to not let it be accounted.
Good suggestion. Does that please the commission? Anyone have a problem with that? Very well.
Mike.
I got a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Dro.
Commissioner Drew, for the record. By listing it as a common ineligible, does that preclude us from approving something that might commonly be ineligible, but if the commission, deems it, do we have the discretion to approve something with commission approval? I like the latitude of being able to do that, without boxing us in a corner to where we might have a project that would be really great, but because one aspect of it is on the ineligible list, that we don't have the power to override that? Just a question.
Commissioner Lambert?
Commissioner Lambert, it's been my experience that projects do occasionally run over, whether they're government projects, club projects, or other projects, and that other state organizations have the ability to step in and evaluate that and finish the project, so they don't end up 80% complete. They need a sign, there's not enough money left. State parks can step in and do that. In Arizona, they frequently do that, and they hold a great deal of their budget for that discretionary spending. We're handcuffing ourselves.
Okay. So, Mike, you want to restate your question again? You just want to make sure we have latitude on some of these?
Commissioner Jerome. Yeah, I guess I want to know how we sit as far as, are we painted into a corner if it is on the ineligible common ineligible list? Does that preclude us from approving, say, a project that has a component in there? That's just it's an open question to the board or the commission.
Connie Lucido for the record. If this goes out this way, if this request for proposal goes out to the public this way, then this round of funding would make those things ineligible for direct costs. You can change it for other funding rounds, but in order to remain transparent and keep the competition consistent, because then you may have a club or organization that says, well, why, you said we can't do that, we need that too. So you would run into that sort of issue.
Okay. Commissioner Lambert, you want to restate your thoughts as far as discretionary or?
I don't know that I need to restate it. I think.
This is Commissioner. I would suggest that we just pull the mileage thing out of the list. We can always partially fund. We can subtract if they're writing off unnecessary mileage in their proposal, or we can infer that we can partially fund and not fund it for that.
Yeah, wouldn't be a direct cost, but it could be a matching category. Okay, very well. Any other comments on ineligible project cost? All right, we'll go.
Would you just recap what the changes are?
We're going to leave mileage in as a common ineligible direct cost. It can be used perhaps as a match, but not a direct cost.
No, this is Commissioner for record. Okay. My suggestion would be to pull it, to remove it, so that it's not listed, and therefore makes it ineligible for us to fund it in any manner.
Okay.
So if it's not listed, but it becomes a problem, we can partially fund. Versus if it's in there, we cannot.
All right, with the rest. Good morning, Ms. Lambert.
Sheila Lambert, Chief of Grant Management for the state of Nevada. Commissioners, part of what we're doing in support of the OHV's goals and objectives is to put together a contract so that you have some goalposts and some frameworks. part of the challenge is you do not have a full-time staff person that if you were to fund mileage, they would then have to do various vehicle checks, those sort of things in order to ensure compliance with the grant. So these common and eligible costs are because it's very difficult for agencies with established grant management programs to validate mileage expenses. And it would be my recommendation that you would leave it as it is for the first round of funding, and that when the program was established, that you can then go back and look at revising it. That way you would have clear guidelines and goalposts that Ms. Lucido has set up in this application, so there would not be any challenges with the monitoring or management as it gets out of the gate. As you get a staff person on board who can then develop those rules and regulations which do not exist now in terms of the grant monitoring process that OHV is going to use, then the board can then establish what components you're going to use to evaluate rather than not the mileage is applicable to the projects. That does not exist as of today.
Commissioner Elmore?
This is Commissioner Elmore for the record. I 100% agree that you have to be able to manage this stuff. At the same time, we're dealing with the inherent conundrum that has plagued this statute a bit and this commission, which is do your job, but you have no support to do it. And I think that the most important thing is that we meet the intent, or try best to meet the intent of the program, of the statute. And that was to take basically private monies, which are OHV funds, and do good things for the OHV community. And so that's the intent. And we're trying very hard. At the same time, it has to be manageable. But I don't want us to box out the opportunity to take these private funds and amplify them in any way, which is only furthering the intent of the program. So I understand the need that it needs to be manageable. At the same time, we can't forego the original intent of the statute and of the program because of that. So I think we just need to be mindful of that. And we have the ability as the commission to partially fund or to not fund if we think somebody is being abusive in their application for funds. And we also have the ability to look at an application and say this just simply isn't manageable, which I think that I hope that we are smart and intelligent enough to do. The proof will be in the pudding after we actually get some money on the ground.
Any further commissioner comments? It's a pleasure.
This is Commissioner Cox.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
This clearly states for government agencies and district using fleet vehicles which are already getting paid for their mileage. It doesn't preclude clubs and other organizations from using mileage as a match or whatever they want. This is only talking about government agencies that already have funds in their budget for mileage.
Doesn't preclude it for private.
I think it should stay as written.
Excellent point. Thank you, Charlie. I think that may be the way to leave it. It still allows for a club or a private individual, but the government agencies or districts using fleet vehicles aren't eligible for it.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I'm fine with that. I would just prefer then that the parentheses are removed, so it's specifically for those.
I'd say that's a reasonable accommodation. Very well. Any more comment on that? All right. Any other common ineligible direct cost comments on those categories? Okay. Let's go down to section 3, eligibility information. I just had one question down there, and it's the 5th bullet, that an applicant may only apply for one grant per grant cycle. I know we discussed maybe they might be able to submit more than one grant application, but they'd be in competition with themselves, basically. Do we want to change that, or have that distinction that they're going to compete against themselves if they do so. And for the record, Leo Drum from BLM.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jamie Fields had to leave. She had another meeting, and we discussed this. Especially since one of your priorities is conducting environmental assessments, environmental studies. There's a few groups in Nevada, I'm not going to mention any names, that have the capability of actually doing NEPA for our agencies. Since government agencies are not allowed to apply for these grants, it would be difficult for us to get funding to fund our staff to do any NEPA compliance. There are organizations out there that could do this. In bullet, the previous one, bullet number 4, it mentions if an agency has more than one office that operates independently from one another, each unit may apply as separate applicants. Now, I realize that's probably going to have to go away because government agencies can't apply for these. But we do have offices around the state, and there are organizations that could conduct NEPA analysis for various offices throughout the state. You could have more than one project going on, and by limiting this to one application per applicant, you would probably remove anything like that from happening. So my advice would be to not show any limitations. Just take the applications and review them and score them. And if you have one that's going to rise higher than the other and it's from the same organization, so be it. But at least it gives you the flexibility to do things.
Commissioner Lambert?
For the record, I agree quite wholeheartedly with Mr. Drum. To limit it may well indicate that we are unable to use our funds because there are very few participants that are qualified to do so. I motion that we strike that sentence.
Have a second?
Commissioner Drew, I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 I guess, Mr. Commissioner, we haven't voted on any of the previous changes, so
Yeah, I mean,
I guess I'm curious as to
is
need to or do we not need to?
is there any objection from any of the commissioners down in Las Vegas?
Well, I was wondering the same thing, Mr. Commissioner Cox. We've been just talking about changes. I assume we'll accept them at the end. I don't have a problem with striking that sentence. I don't see the need for a motion.
Okay, we'll strike it. Very well. Any other more comments on page 5 there about eligible applicants?
I do have several more comments.
Sure, go ahead, Leo.
Back to bullet number 4, I don't know how you want to deal with that, but it does say an agency that has more than one office, and clearly agencies are not eligible for applications, so you may want to strike that one. Bullet number 7, that says a nonprofit organization is deemed to have management responsibility over public lands when a written agreement exists between the nonprofit organization and public land management agency. I'd just like to clarify that that is in the eyes of the commission and in no way reflects the
feeling of BLM.
Exactly. Any of the federal or government agencies would not probably agree with that statement. So you may want to rephrase that or somehow you may say it just satisfies the commission's requirements for
grant funds.
Excuse me. I actually, if you take a look, you may not have it in your regulations under Section 18. It says, if a person who seeks to apply to the Commission for a grant process proposes to carry out a project on public land, the person must, before applying to the Commission, have a written agreement to use the land with any government entity having jurisdiction over that land, including without limitation any necessary permits, leases, easements, or rights of way. You may want to substitute that language in there. That also addresses bullet number 8. If you were to use the language in the regulations, and then let me go over number 8. Applicants must have a control and tenure to the property to be eligible and awarded grant funds either by ownership, lease, easement, special use agreement, or long-term interest in the property at the time of submission. We are not going to grant control and tenure to any organization over public land. All of these terms, ownership, lease, easement, and special use agreement, are legal terms in our eyes, and they require literally hundreds of hours of administrative process to process them. Again, I would suggest that you use the language in the regulations under section 19, and it says that a person must have an interest in the real property on which the proposed project will be carried out, such that the interest satisfies the requirements of this section. That can be realized by ownership, lease, rental, easement, or written agreement. And that would simplify it. If the federal agency could say, we agree that you can conduct this project on public land, that would be a lot simpler. We could either have a memorandum of understanding or a letter of agreement or something, instead of one of these legal documents that we would have to spend literally hundreds of hours preparing.
Okay. Great suggestions. Do you have any?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's go ahead now.
For the record, how
Yes.
about we change that bullet to applicants must have control and tenure to the property to be eligible and awarded grant funds either by ownership, lease, easement, or written agreement at the time of submission and during the project period. Does that does that fix your concern?
I think we would still have problems with that term, control and tenure.
How about just the phrase that we have in the regulations in section 19, we just replace it with that?
And what is that phrase?
You want to read that again, Leo?
This entire phrase you want in there?
I think it would clarify it from the standpoint of public land.
It says that the person must have the interest in the public land, and that interest can be granted by all of these others. Well, it doesn't say public land, but it says land.
So it's the entire section 19. Okay.
And for your point about bullet number 7, do you think replacing that with section 18 of the regulations, that portion, or that's not so
Commissioner
bad?
Cox,
Yes, go ahead, Charlie.
I think that we should strike bullet number 4, 7, and 8, and just add that phrase that Leo wants to replace all of those. Because, again, we haven't dealt with number 4. We haven't eliminated an agency since we can't apply for it.
Just to correct that, I apologize, Raylene Palmer for the record. Just a government agency cannot apply. A regular agency can apply, so that number 4 is still applicable.
Well, yeah.
All right, Commissioner Cox again, then just eliminate bullet 7 and 8 and replace it with what it says in our regulations.
I think we can come up with something there. Go ahead, Connie, for the record.
So 7 becomes section 18?
I believe so, yes. and 8 is section 19.
I believe the intent of these is to be able to provide operation and maintenance for the project in perpetuity or whatever the thing is. So you might want to put in there somewhere that the grantee or the applicant needs to be able to provide written author documentation from whoever the landowner is that they will maintain the facility or the project for whatever the time frame is. Because I think that's what this is really getting at. And it really doesn't say that in there.
Connie Lucido, for the record, there's a requirement, a lot of this is taken from your old documentation.
Sure.
There is a requirement for an attachment, it's a landowner manager review and approval letter. Would that suffice to provide written approval?
Mr. Commissioner Elmer, it's Appendix E, it's the last page of this packet. But it doesn't specifically mention the maintenance. It just simply gives approval for the project and doesn't necessarily speak to the maintenance in perpetuity.
That's what I really think is the control and tenure part of it, is speaking to the operation and maintenance of the facility or project or whatever it is.
I think we could add that in reference Appendix E as far as the
if that was
document.
added to Appendix E, then that would.
Okay.
I'll give, for instance, if somebody puts a trailhead in somewhere that includes a kiosk and maybe a restroom, that's going to become, for the BLM, that's going to become one of our assets, and we're going to maintain that. Now, you would want a written assurance from us that we're going to adopt that into our facilities management program and maintain those facilities. Okay. So that would be something that you'd want to see in the letter.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think that would cover it.
Thank you. All right. Any further comments there? Yes, go ahead.
One more. Braden Palmer.
Yes.
Did the commission intend that no single individual would be able to apply for a grant?
I think it had been discussed, and it's probably something you pulled from our original grant thing.
What's original? Sorry, Connie
That's
Lucido
all right.
for the record. It was in the original language of your opportunities, which is why it transferred into this one. And I'm being told by my chief that it is in your regs. I don't know. I think you would be experts.
I think you're right. Oh, we just make a note, we'll double check on it. Okay.
I don't think it is in the regs.
All right. Well, do we want to leave it that no single individual can apply for a grant?
In fact, the regs say the grantee means an applicant who applies successfully to the commission for a grant. And applicant is a person who qualifies to apply and applies to the commission for a grant.
So then it means an individual could apply for one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Then we will strike
Regs
that.
allow that.
Okay, regs allow, so we will take that out. Okay. All right.
If I may, Chairman, Sheila Lambert for
Yes.
the record. To allow single individuals to apply, I would like to bring back some information to you as to why that is not a good idea. I don't have my book with me that I could cite all the appropriate language and such, but typically it would be our recommendation that a single individual, meaning Greg McKay, could not apply for
Especially me.
special attention.
Yeah.
And I don't have that information here. Also, kind of going back to the last comment, with the changes that were made to the appendices, would basically be asking for the federal government, state government, whatever public land it was, to agree to maintenance costs on a project that was not built in forever. I find it would have to be incredibly cumbersome to go through that federal process, as well as you would not have any state agency that I know of that could be willing to commit to that without knowing what the final project was and what those maintenance costs were. So basically, for the grant application, you're asking for a letter or commitment from a public agency to take over maintenance costs for an indefinite period of time. I believe that's going to be a challenge without being able to produce those costs to that agency. The bureaucracy that would go along with getting that. We have a biennial legislature that, if it was state public lands, you would have to go through that entire process in order to have those maintenance monies encumbered. So just food for thought.
Thank you. Anything? Commissioner Lambert?
Commissioner Lambert, for a record. I know we've addressed this a couple times, and it is under ineligible. The fact is that we're still using completion of a project instead of substantial completion of a project. So if an inspector looks at a building and it's missing one nail, is it a workable building? Yes. Is it an absolutely complete building? No. Is it substantially complete? Yes. Substantially complete belongs in this language. Thank you.
And Sheila Lambert, in response to that, when we have a grant application and an individual says that they are going to build a bathroom complete with permits and everything else, we do not accept it as getting the final grant payment until that is a complete project. So substantially complete would be subjective, and if they submit a grant and say that they are going to complete a project with those funds, they would not get the final payment until that project was considered complete.
Okay. I'm going to take one step back on there. As far as this single individual, no single individual. So the regulation doesn't preclude it, but we can make it a condition. It allows it. But there are several reasons why you would be reluctant to go down that path. I don't know what the right solution would be to that issue there. Whether we leave it this round and see what happens as far as getting more experience in compliance, or do something else with it.
Chairman Sheila Lambert, my recommendation would be if we could, there was a lot of discussion and it may have got eliminated from the regulations. I know Raylene is much more up to date with the final version that got passed. I would like to, before it is excluded, we can work with the OHV Commission to amend the next grant funding. But I would like the opportunity to get this announcement out and then bring the way that it is written with no single individual eligible to apply, provide the backup and brief the Commission as to why we would not necessarily recommend changes to the next one, and then allow the Commission to take that under consideration for the next draft.
This is
Commissioner Elmore?
Commissioner Elmore, for the record, I guess I'm curious. It's a question for Raylene. Given that these are designated funds, do we open a Pandora's box of liability by excluding an individual who wants to come and at least apply for funds? We as the Commission have the ability to award or not award, but do we have the potential to upset somebody who wants to come apply as an individual for what they consider a worthwhile project, but we can't do it because of the limitations with the verbiage here?
That possibility was the reason that I brought the question up. I would be interested, because I certainly respect Ms. Lambert's expertise in this area. The example that she gave of an individual was Chair McKay, who of course would be conflicted. What about an individual that didn't have ties to the Commission? I guess my concern, or my question is, what are the concerns of having an individual, just generally? I understand she said she doesn't have all of the regs and statutes, but just generally speaking, what is the concern with having an individual apply for a grant who is not conflicted?
Sheila Lambert for the record. So number one is, of course, stewardship of of public funds. Secondly, typically with other state grant opportunities, we require business license, insurances, 501c3 designations, registration. With the grant funds that are allocated from other state agency, there's a number of additional requirements that must be met in order to be eligible to apply. Currently, we don't have single individuals that apply for grant funds because they cannot meet the risk management criteria, the workman's comp, all of these other things that have to even be paid for volunteers on public lands. Those would be some of the things off the top of my head, but I do have a page or two as to back at the office. I didn't realize that was going to be an issue today, or I would have been happy to bring it.
This is Commissioner Baker.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I'm just thinking, especially with this being our first round and given the fact that we don't have staff that's going to be careful to monitor, when you have an organized club, you've got a board of directors, you've got multiple people overseeing what you're doing with the money, and when you have just an individual person, you do put yourself at risk. I know for working with the county, we have neighborhood grant monies, and we try to give it to organized groups versus individual ones, because sometimes when they buy the TV for the community center, it shows up in the person's living room. And we've had that before, and I think that the organization itself helps you make sure that that TV doesn't show up in that person's living room when you've got the group overseeing the grant. So I support Ms. Lambert's recommendation that we keep it in at least for this round and see what's going on, just to protect ourselves from ensuring that these dollars get spent for public use. So that's my take on it.
Commissioner Elmore?
This is Commissioner Elmore. I guess can we, is there some way to exclude? So can we say no single individual who doesn't meet XYZ? Is there a standard set of requirements? Is there something we can reference to whittle no single individual down to work for us?
Well, and is this the final approved version? So I'm sorry, I don't know. It says an applicant means a person who qualifies to apply and applies to the commission for a grant. So that would be the qualifications that the OHV would set forward. We would have to develop it and to write it, but in that we would use standard state language that would require registration of either a business association or 501c3. Would the board feel comfortable with us working with our risk management to create a paragraph that would put that criteria in there without having coming back to the board, or would you want that language to come back to the board?
I think you could come up with a criteria that we can adopt this with changes that will work out jointly between Raylene, yourself, myself. What I'm going to try for. All right. Chair McKay, for the record, Raylene, how's your comfort level with how this discussion's going? You put some more qualifiers on the individual would be acceptable legal
I think that's fine,
measure?
but I think it now would be an appropriate time for a motion from the commission giving you the authority to work with the grants office and with me as well to determine what that language would be without having to come back to the commission.
Okay. Do I have someone that'll take that motion?
This is Commissioner Elmore. I'll make the motion that we authorize Chair McKay to work with Raylene and Ms. Lambert's office in working up the verbiage to qualify an individual.
Commissioner Drill will second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Very well. Thank you. All right. We get through the eligibility information section there. Did you have a comment there, Connie? Yes.
Chairman, this is Connie Lucido for the record. Because I'm going to be making these updates, I wanted to just clarify the maintenance information on that landowner, manager. I just don't know where we landed on that.
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's all right. We'll get you that verbiage there on that from. We'll get that. We got a little bit. Must have a written documentation that the land agency agrees to maintain the improvements.
So you want to go back to asking the landowner or manager to enter into an agreement to maintain?
I don't think that's a reality.
Right.
And that's Sheila Lambert for the record. I know I had mentioned this briefly before. I should have kept them as two separate issues. The concern would be if it was on state public lands, the budget cycle, you can, if an agency does not have that budget approval, they will not be able to give you a letter for that maintenance agreement. So you may be put hamstringing, as you say, or significantly limiting the projects by requiring that maintenance agreement. You can certainly have an agreement that says that you and whatever, whether it be the federal or state agency, would be looking to develop a cooperative maintenance agreement, but the way the state budgeting works, they can't allocate funds that are not approved by the session, by the legislature.
This is Commissioner Miller. I also foresee, an agency such as the BLM will probably happily give a letter of approval to get the application in, but they're at the same time they're not going to just automatically hand over acceptance of the maintenance for perpetuity. So that's going to be a further discussion or a memorandum of understanding. So I would see that as a potential hurdle to get the support letter. I do think that needs to be addressed at some point, that there's going to be, discussions of a memorandum of understanding for maintenance, but I don't think it needs to be in Appendix E, which I think would be an exclusion.
Okay. So do we try to push for that additional or leave it out?
I think we need to find out what the standard practice is. I mean, how this issue is handled, not only at the state level, which I think Ms. Lambert can answer to, but at the BLM, Forest Service, etc. level, how we can get approval for them to apply for projects on federal or state lands at the same time, not have a potential to go down the road.
For the record, Leo Drum, Bureau of Land Management. The way I foresee this working would be that prior to the applicant applying for a grant, they would contact in our case, the BLM. And that project would be vetted through that office. So, and going back to the trailhead example, we would know what the project is. NEPA would have been completed by then. And we know what's going to end up out there, and that's going to become an asset. And we are going to either, at that time, before we even say that we're going to support this grant, we would have to make that determination as to whether we're going to accept the facilities and maintain them. I was looking through the application and I see 25 and 20-year terms in there, so I'm not sure exactly what it would be. I know that with land and water conservation funds, I believe it's in perpetuity. So there's been precedent set for at least federal agencies to take on this. We are different. We're funded different than the state. We have deferred maintenance. So we can say, yes, we're going to take on that maintenance, and we just put that into our deferred maintenance account, and as funds arrive, then we do what's necessary to maintain those. So that probably would need to be worked out later on in a contract or something. But the way I look at this is, if it's placed on federal public land, it becomes basically property of the federal government, and we're going to maintain it. Otherwise, we wouldn't authorize that project in the first place.
Connie Lucido for the record. Chairman?
Yes, Connie?
Is that something that needs to be addressed in this RFP, or is that something the organization would have to address when they're trying to get a support letter from BLM? I don't know if it's necessarily it's necessarily something that needs to be addressed in this.
Yeah, I don't see it needing to be addressed in this. I believe this is that pre-application consultation that the applicant is going to have with the land manager to get the support for the project.
All right.
So this is Commissioner Elmer. Perhaps then we just simply we alter Appendix E when we get there to mention that that has been discussed or there is a plan in place for maintenance. Because I could foresee a clever organization applying for money, going through the approval process, BLM rubber stamps that says, yes, this is a good idea, and then it's like, oh, okay, what do we do forever now? Who maintains it forever? So it needs to be, if it's not there, it's a reminder at minimum the plan for maintenance needs to be considered.
Yes, and you know, depending on the size of the project and what the facility is, that could be a real issue for the BLM. Point to the California Trail Center in Elko, as we got money to build it, and we have no money to operate it, and it's become a real drain. So.
Okay. All right. All right. Any more comments? All right. We'll move on to section 4, application and submission information. I believe this is all the same for page 7. Same for page 8. I noticed one change there on the commission priority purpose areas on number 3, trail mapping projects that are trail mapping processes with. Make that the more inclusive language for, we say owner, land, agency. Make sure that's landowner / manager. Okay, so very good. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I'm just throwing this out here in general. I don't know if anybody else has a concern about it or not, but with the scoring, and I'm taking a look at meets and then exceeds, and I know that that's like sort of subjective. So like as an example, the cover sheet, you get 2 points, I think it was 2 points, I apologize, I gotta put back to the if it meets it, you get 2 points, and if it exceeds it, you get 4 points. So when you're looking at a cover sheet, just as an example, just to show how crazy this could get, you have to put your organization's name, mailing address, phone number, tax ID, and a little bit about the project. So if you exceed, like I'm thinking, how would you exceed on a cover sheet? Like, would you like put a graphic in, or now you've exceeded the expectation? And so I'm just saying, if it meets it, shouldn't that maybe be the full amount? And maybe even in the end, if we have something extraordinary beyond, we give a little extra bonus point. But in each category, looking at if you've met our expectations versus exceed, I'm just saying, when I was first looking at that, I'm just shaking my head with how do you exceed expectations on a cover sheet? And that's 2 points, which
Chairman Baker,
This Sheila Lambert, you're absolutely right. The cover sheet should have been either you met or you didn't meet. So that was a great catch. As the cover sheet is not subjective. Either you did meet it or you didn't meet it. Okay. Although do not be surprised at how many people will submit and fail to meet those standards. But thank you for that.
Okay, so we'll just make it must meet and not exceed. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Good observation.
So is that a 4 point?
Actually, and I think then it's just 2 points, either you meet it or not. that work for the rest of the commission there? 2 points, and it will meet. Okay, very good. Any more comments on that cover sheet area there? Project problem statement. Any comments to the problem statement? It's the same in the new version as the old. Okay, hearing none, I'll move on. Any more discussion on these commission priority purpose areas, competitive points?
Yeah.
Commissioner Lambert.
I'm not aware of ever establishing the criteria of what's a recognized Nevada OHV club, so are we just going to throw things out without a definite definition? I'm not quite sure that isn't just a big hole to fall in.
I believe
Who
that's
recognizes them? What's the criteria?
it's in our regulation.
As to what criteria they have to be recognized?
Yeah, which would be Secretary of State, federal tax ID, that type of stuff. So it is defined.
Larry's got a question.
Yes. Larry, come on up.
Then it should be as defined in the definition.
And we'll have to add organization in there too, huh? Did I guess right? Sorry, I didn't want to take any thunder away there.
It needs to be as defined as recognized. Not
Okay.
Just, I mean,
So we may put in there as defined, so they can go back and refer that it's got to be registered with Secretary of State, have proper tax status, etc. Okay, as defined. And okay, we'll get a definition put in there.
that's fine.
Okay.
It just needs to
Okay,
not be
no,
vague.
it's good. Commissioner Elmore?
Commissioner Elmore, on the same line, if we just went through the long discussion of recognizing individuals through a qualified process, how can we award 5 points to clubs who apply but don't necessarily do the same for an individual? I think that's a potential.
That's breaking right.
Sheila Lambert, for the record, these priorities were given by the commission. So everything that is in this document has been provided by the OHV Commission over the last 6 months, so that's where that language comes from.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Elmore. I think that was a question more for ourselves than for anybody else. So I think personally, that probably, number one needs to just come out because
yeah, it's redundant.
If we're going to, we can't award points simply because they're a club if at the same time we're allowing individuals to, yes, we want clubs to come to us and organizations to come to us and ask for worthwhile projects, but if we're also allowing individuals to do that under the same notions of worthwhileness, then I don't see how we can give away 5 points for that.
I agree with Commissioner Lambert. For the record, I agree with Commissioner Elmore to strike C1.
Chairman, Connie Seeger for the record.
Yes, Connie, go ahead.
That's great. I'll go ahead and strike it if that's what you'd like to do. I also just want to make a note that I'm going to remove it from page 3 as well.
Okay, yeah, Chairman McKay, for the record, we had a lot of discussion in those early days about trying to get these clubs in here, and I appreciate not discriminating against an individual. Sometimes I think there's strengths in numbers and organizations, but certainly can't be guilty of discriminating.
And Chairman McKay, Sheila Lambert, if Ms. Palmer believes it's appropriate, there have been quite a few changes, and so I don't know if a vote's necessary, but the grant office would appreciate the ability to verify if a change on a certain page impacted another area of the grant, and then have that ability to make those changes without coming back to the commission.
Mr. Commissioner Elmore, I think we can, when we approve all of the final changes, we can add that caveat into the final motion.
That's where I hope we're heading in the end here. So, all right. Are there any objections by any other commissioner about removing the first priority of recognized Nevada OHV club or organization? Hearing none, then we'll take that out, and we'll also remove it from page 3, as Connie pointed out before. Okay. Any of the other priorities? Any comments on those? Okay.
Do these numbers have to add up to a certain number? I just want to make sure.
No, they
the
don't.
Change on the cover page where you had 2 points or 4 points, is it now going to be worth 2 or 4 if we're getting rid of exceed standards?
Only 2 points now, since there's no exceeding that standard. And we'll get rid of the 5 points for the first priority there. So yeah, it's going to add up to over 100 anyway by the time, if they are eligible for any kind of priority area there. Any comments on the scope of work? It's the same as our other version.
This Commissioner Cox.
Yes, go ahead.
In reference to Raylene's question, I'm thinking the point scoring system can only add up to 100 because when you start doing averages, you can't exceed 100%.
It's not a percentage, it's just points.
It's just points.
It's okay to go over 100. They're still all going to be ranked and relative to the others, but I don't think we can pare the rest of it all down to make it, because I think if everything was there, we were at 132 or something if they were eligible for all the priority areas. So it's not a percentage. We'll just leave it as points, and it will shake out in the rankings. So, but thank you. Good concern. All right. Anything on E, partner support and statement of coordination? Anything on section F, sustainment on page 9? Or organizational capacity? This is all the same in the past version there, first version. Page 10, evaluation. On page 10, number 3, budget narrative, and there's an example in Appendix C. I had one comment, the second sentence in that, and it's just the project must be completed within 2 years when it's awarded. We had talked a little bit, it could be extended by the commission by mutual agreement. Is that all right with the rest of the commissioners?
Connie was here.
Yes, Connie, go ahead.
Do you want that in here, or is that just an
It was just a comment based on some earlier discussions we had. So,
Okay, good.
and it may come more into the contract phase, or down the road they can let us know they're not quite done. They need another 3 months.
I just want to know if I have to change something.
No, we'll leave it as it is. Mr. Gers, you have a comment?
Scott Gers, Nevada Trail Stewards, for the record. Mr. Chairman, will there be a budget template, an Excel spreadsheet or something along that line that will be used by grant applicants? We had some discussion and some difficulties on that last year.
Yeah, there'll be some forms, some budget forms they fill out, a template that is part of their package that'll be reviewed along with the rest.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay. And we'll go through the attachments when we get to the end, which isn't too far from here. Any submission instructions other than have to alter that date when we actually get going right there. Tips and common pitfalls to avoid. Any comments on that? Okay. We'll go to section 5 on page 11, application review information. So this basically will be both their review form and our score sheet, I believe. So anything as far as we had the cover sheet, we'll just make it either met or not met and get rid of the 4-point exceeded there.
We'll just block out that exceeded 4-point column.
Sounds good. And we'll get rid of that C1 about recognized Nevada OHV Club. Any other comments on this? It's basically going to be our review sheet and score sheet here. Also down to page 12, any concerns about that? This is all the same as the original version here. Okay. We'll go to page 13, section 6, award and administration information. The grant review and selection process. And good, you change that language so it determines the subsequent award confirmation there. So, and again, grants generally not to exceed 2 years unless we agree to it down the road. I guess project implementation must be initiated within 60 days from the starting date. It's comfortable, okay.
Commissioner Baker?
Yes, Commissioner Baker.
Under the grant commencement and duration, I'm confused with that one because it says grants will be awarded for each grant period with project completion generally not to exceed 2 years. We already said it shouldn't, but we'll give exceptions, so that's fine. But then it goes, agencies are required to reapply each year for funding. And I didn't get that because you can't apply if your project's not complete. And so why would you have to reapply? Because the funding beyond the first year will be determined based on performance. So I didn't know, I was totally confused with that. If it just meant if you got money to do X, you can't assume you have to reapply if you want more money. I think that's a given. So I was totally confused with what that was trying to say.
Care to comment on that, or on me too?
Connie Lucido for the record. That was in there typically each year, and again, this is state and local, this is public government entities. You're awarded for a 2-year project. You typically go back for the second year funding. But we'll remove that because we can see where it wouldn't be necessarily conducive to this type of project. However, if they've got an open grant, does that make them ineligible for the next year funding? Does it matter? Am I digging too deep?
For me, probably.
Okay, forget it. I didn't ask that question.
Very good. All right. Good question, though.
So what's being removed? The sentence, agencies are required to reapply each year for funding. There is not a reason for that in this instance. Apologies.
So if they have a multi-year grant, that's clearly spelled out.
And you would have.
And there would be a
plan.
formality to say,
Yes,
all right, it's year
absolutely.
2, you get $50,000 to do year
Right.
2 of your approved grant. So, okay.
I had a question on the second paragraph. Well, not really a question, a statement.
Okay.
So it says project implementation must be initiated within 60 days. When you look at the regulations that were just adopted, and this is section 38, I can give you the page number. It's on page 10 of the adopted regulations. And it says, unless otherwise expressly approved by the commission, a contract entered into between the commission and a grantee must provide that the grantee must secure all necessary approvals, clearances, and permits not later than 90 days after the contract is entered into. And if the grantee has not secured such necessary approvals, clearances, and permits, the commission will not disperse any grant funds to the grantee. So I'm trying to reconcile that with this 60-day requirement. And what does project implementation must be initiated mean?
Connie Lucido for the record. Raylene, can you clarify that for me? It was my understanding in some of our previous conversations that the individual had to have approval and permits and all those things in place at the time of submission and during the project. But now we're saying they have 90 days? I would say that changes a lot of language we've already discussed. If I'm understanding it correctly.
Yeah, that's what section 38 of the adopted regs say.
So is it easy enough to change it to 90 days, or we'll have to get a little more complicated?
Sheila Lambert for the record, Chairman. With your permission, we would like to work out that language with your Deputy Attorney General and put the most appropriate as to what's going to comply with the state regulations, as well as ensure that those sections of the grant reflect what they need to.
I think that's fair.
Mr. Commissioner Elmore, Raylene, do we need a motion to authorize Chairman Kay to do that?
Yes. Well, we did it for something else.
Yeah,
This is different.
Okay.
So yes.
So we have a motion to that effect?
This is Commissioner Elmore. Make the motion that we authorize Chairman Kay to work with Raylene and Ms. Lambert's office to ensure that the implementation verbiage matches what's in our regulations.
Do we have a second?
Commissioner Lambert for the record, I'll second that.
Very good. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I have a friendly amendment. This is Mr. Cox.
All right. Mr. Cox?
I think both documents need to be compared in full to make sure all the regulation language and the language in this document match up.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I accept Charlie's brilliant amendment.
I believe that I already did that. I had the comments and we've made, so if you look at the changes between the draft document that you started with and those today, I made comments and inserted everywhere where a change needed to be made, and I checked to confirm that all of those changes were made with the exception of this one. And this one I just had as a comment because it wasn't clear to me what this was saying versus what the reg was saying.
Right.
So that's why it's
but
still
my-
there.
but
Nothing
my-
happened.
My amendment would just be, let's just double check and make sure and give you guys the authority to do that.
Can't hurt, I agree.
Does anyone disagree? Acceptable to the motion?
I accept Charlie's brilliant amendment.
And to the seconder?
Yes.
Okay, any more discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Let's go ahead,
This is
Commissioner.
Commissioner Elmore. I just want to clarify. We are striking the second, third, and fourth sentences out of the first paragraph. Basically, everything beyond the first sentence of the grant commencement and duration.
Commissioner Sheila Lambert for the record, we would like to change some wording. We do agree with the intent of the last sentence, which is after 1 year, the OHV Commission, if there hasn't been substantial progress by that grantee, that you have the flexibility to pull that project. But we'd like to work to find some better language based on what the Commission comments were today.
Okay. Anything on match requirements? Okay. Reimbursement notice? Or,
Commissioner Baker?
yes, Sue Baker, go ahead.
I was thinking that we had talked about with the smaller organizations that there would be some exceptions to the reimbursement policy.
We did have some discussion.
We did. And I think we should build that into this, just because for the smaller organizations, they wouldn't have the capital to be reimbursed.
Probably two opinions. And we'll let Connie go first on that.
Commission Chairman, this is Connie Lucido for the record. An advance is permissible, and I can definitely see we run into that in other grant programs as well. We guard against it because it creates essentially a second set of books. But that's our only comment, is to be, especially not having someone dedicated this year to this, just be cautious that is can be an accounting nightmare.
Commissioner Drew?
Commissioner Drew for the record. I think we need to seriously think about trying to make a two-step format on that, because then you're going to put, basically up to when you say the smaller, what's bigger and what's smaller. So now you have gray area. Someone can say, hey, just because I look like I'm a big organization, you have no criteria on what's big or small. I'm being, discriminated against, and a big can of worms there.
Mr. Gers? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned with this reimbursement notice because if we end up, Scott Gers, Nevada Trail Stewards, if we end up acquiring a large vehicle or a large piece of expensive equipment, and that funding comes out of the organization's bank account, and then the commission decides that they're not going to fund, or they're going to pull funding after the fact, then we put at extensive risk at that point.
Yes, good point. Ms. Lambert?
Commissioner Lee?
1 second, Carrie. Go ahead, Sheila.
Sheila Lambert for the record. So we would recommend that it still be considered a reimbursement grant, but that we would put language in when doing the budget justification as to what the initial advance of the organization would believe is appropriate for their project. So that it can still be a reimbursement grant with an upfront advance, and we can include that language in the budget justification, if that is something the commission accepts.
Very good. Commissioner Lee?
Well, I think she said that that's fine. I don't think I was just going to say it's just at the end of that, before this period, just unless pre-approved by the OHV commission. But she said it fine too. If that works out, that's probably just as good. But I just said the grant is reimbursable unless pre-approved by the OHV commission.
And Sheila, like Commissioner Lee, that's one of the things about including it in the actual grant project as to what the expectation is of your grantee, is that you have a clear understanding up front as to what their fiscal status is, and the commission can determine at the time of approval of the grantee rather that would or would not be appropriate. So it gives you that greatest amount of flexibility.
This is Commissioner Elmer. I guess I'm curious, do we have something that will provide us that notice? So do we have a box that they check that say that they will need in advance, or are we hoping that they will provide that information in their application?
Commissioner Sheila Lambert for the record again. We are going to be amending with the commission's amending the budget justification with a section that does have them designate their justification for asking for an advance, as well as the amount of money that they would be requesting from the commission.
And Chairman McKay for the record, and perhaps some of the language you just discussed, we could put in that reimbursement notice at part of the budget sheet and what we're looking for. So that's great. Would that satisfy the commission how that's dealt with?
Yes.
Okay, so far. And go ahead, Scott.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Scott Gers, Nevada Trail Stewards. So my understanding, Ms. Lambert, is to say that the organization or the club would need to show their fiscal balance in order to be able to...
No.
Commissioner, with your permission, Sheila Lambert. Upon submitting the grant application to the OHV committee, the organization, individual, or other who was eligible to submit would be required to include a complete budget and justification as it exists today. In addition, we're going to add a section for justification as to what the advance would need, what they would expect in terms of the amount of money and justification for the advance in order to kick off the project.
Excellent. Thank you. Very well. Any comments on the fiscal responsibilities and their little bullet points on page 14? I had one down there, and it's the third bullet from the bottom, the performance measurement tools, PMTs, at the Bureau of Justice Assistance online quarterly reports. Is that just, that's just an OCGA thing? Well, you can tack on my 20 for the day. So, all right, we'll remove that. Okay. You got to leave us a couple of easy ones, right? Yes. Mr. Gers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Gers, Nevada Trail Stewards. The first bullet point: funds are not commingled with funds from other grant resources, from other grant sources. So basically, we're talking about, let's go back to that piece of equipment or a vehicle that we need additional maintenance or anything like that with. How are we to fund that or ensure that without having additional grant sources?
Please.
Sheila Lambert, for the commission, to commission. Basically, the commingling of funds is accounting. You cannot commingle funds in the same account. You have to be able to account for them separately. The state of Nevada, for example, uses different budget accounts, different GL numbers in order to account for the various expenditures. The agencies would be expected to maintain a separate accounting for internal audits as well as external audits for transparency.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay. Anything on the additional information? That's, again, the same as the original grant guidebook draft. And on reconsideration, outlines our process for appeals. Pretty straightforward.
I had something there.
Yes, go right ahead.
It's not an appeal, it's a reconsideration in
All
the
right.
regs. So we need, let's see, you need to change, on the second paragraph,
Okay.
submit requests for reconsideration.
Okay.
And then the very last paragraph, last sentence, notice of the approval. That part gets crossed out, that sentence gets crossed out, and should be, the sentence just before that should have a continuation that would just say, and posted to the NCOHV's internet website.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Raylene. Bidding process, basically that they got to follow all applicable laws pertaining to expenditures of funds for bidding. And I think that good verbiage always got hammered into me, the most responsible and responsive bidder. All right. Page 15. Anything on, pretty much boilerplate now, disabled access. Anything on maintenance and operation? The grantee's responsible to see that projects are maintained in operating condition equal when it was completed. No wear and tear. Maintenance and operation standards should be adopted. Do we need to add anything else about the other stuff that's been already covered? Okay. Signs. The grantee shall post and maintain appropriate signs or decals on project sites, acknowledging that we funded the project or a piece of equipment. Non-discrimination, pretty much boilerplate. Project conversion. Grantee can assure that no commission grant-funded project within 20 years of completion will be converted to uses other than those specified in the original project agreement without written approval of us. So, yes, go ahead.
Commissioner Elmore, I guess, do we need the within 20 years? Is that standard, or is it, I would suggest
What
we
you-
just pull the within 20 years of completion.
That's per your regulation.
No, it is. Never mind.
Okay.
That was one of the changes I already added to it.
Go girl, all right. All right, the NEPA requirements, pretty much the same, boilerplate. Permitting requirements, I believe were all the same as before. Commission contacts there are all the same. And then some appendices, examples of cover sheet, work plan, budget summary, budget request and justification. I don't want to go too fast, but I don't know if any, this was pretty much boilerplate that we've had to look at for several months here. And then your Appendix D is just our definition, rules, and procedures. Again, the same. And Appendix E was a landowner manager review and approval letter. So I don't know, any concerns about any of those areas? That stuff has pretty much been the same since our April document. No. I mean, if there's a item we ought to address, probably now is the best time to do it. So. What would you like to bring up? Anything additional? Oh, you're just teasing me, huh? Okay. What I would like is a motion for us to adopt this grant application guidebook with the changes we discussed today and with the authority of working with our Deputy Attorney General, myself, and the Office of Grants, Procurement, Coordination, and Management to go ahead and make the necessary edits in this book and get it out for requests for proposals. So maybe we can have a motion and then a second, and we can discuss whether we want to go there.
This is Commissioner Elmore. Can we just quickly, if we're getting ready to send this out, discuss the timeline that's involved?
I think actually, well, we could discuss it actually now, or we could discuss it in the next item there, because that shows draft timetable for meetings and the rest is the very next item. So we could combine them or just hit it right after this.
We can certainly do it in the next one. I just need to see any support to it for that. So.
No problem. Okay. Do we have a motion? That's what some of you guys waited years to do here.
Commissioner Lambert, for the record, I'd make a motion that we authorize Mr. McKay and the other entities of government to work forward at finalizing so that we can have a call for grants.
Request for proposals. Yes. Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Drew, I'll second that.
Very good. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Very well. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Very good. Any opposed? Very good. Motion passes. Thank you. And
Chairman McKay, the commission's still going to come back with the amounts, right?
yes, we're going to
On that
discuss that
600.
next item here.
Okay.
This should be quite a bit less. All right. So we've already approved to solicit grant proposals. We need to talk about funding here, so the commission will discuss possible funding levels for the first round of grant awards and when to begin the grant award process. Discussion of whether, and we'll also have a discussion of whether to include the grant award for the public education outreach or whether to competitively bid this. And then we'll do a draft timetable for future commission meetings to complete this process. And there may be a motion to solicit grant applications and a funding level for this round, and possibly a motion to competitively bid the public education outreach category with a funding level separate from other grants. So let's take funding level first. I probably would defer to our treasurer, Commissioner Cox, for to begin the discussion. And if you want, you can probably, if you want to even incorporate, well, you can incorporate your treasurer's report if you want at the same time.
Okay, this is Commissioner Cox. Then I'll start with the easy part, the treasurer's report, which I sent out to everybody. I went back 2 months. Our account balance at the end of May was $1,214,526.07. We had 3 deposits. The first one in the amount of $29,736.40. Another deposit $25,500. And the third deposit of $36,058.70. We had expenses in June for Kim Miller wages at $1,218. Kim Miller office expense at $138.54. Public utility commissions rent for the rooms we were using, $217. And postage to send a big box of stuff to me, which I was so happy to receive. Our account balance at the end of June then was $1,303,962.63. Expenses the month of July, deposit the month of July, $32,368. I'll just make a side note here, and I'm sure it will come up later in the meeting. We have not received any deposits since then from the DMV because of the way the funding was changed at the legislature. We had expenses in July for Kim Miller's wages, $1,812.50. Kim Miller for $62.98. Office supplies. So our account balance at the end of July, $1,334,455.15. Census report was sent out. There was another expense. The check was written in August, but it was for Kim Miller's wages in July of $580. So that will be reflected in the next month's treasurer's report.
Charlie, can I make one comment? The expense 625-2015 postage wasn't transferring the records to the new treasurer. It was the year rental on our post office box in Reno.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think I mailed the package. It was like $10 or something. So
all right.
That's all.
All right, so then if you want to continue the discussion into the amount of money that could be available for funding, going back to the figures we used when we awarded the law enforcement grants, our account balance at the beginning of 2015 was $944,191.62, which we allocated for law enforcement $188,838.12. And then if you take the 5% that we're allowed for administrative services and subtract all of that, or both of those numbers, $188,838.12, and 5% is $47,209.58 from the $944,191.62. That would leave available monies for grants at $708,143.42.
I'm confused why you're subtracting the law enforcement awards. Each one, you should take whatever the balance was on January 1st, and then you should calculate your percentages based on that balance. You don't have to subtract the law enforcement award. Or was that the 24?
That was
the previous 2014 award. Okay.
No. 20% of the 944,191.62 is the 188,000. That's what. So isn't it the same whether you take, if you take 20% off the top plus the 5% for admin, you're taking 30% off the top, should be 708, 143.
Well, the only amount that should come off of the because you're looking at January 1, 2015.
Correct.
Right, to determine the awards?
Yes.
The only amount that should come off of that is the amount that you awarded for 2014. That was done in 2015, but it was for 2014 for the law enforcement.
But we've already committed monies that we haven't written the checks for 2015.
Right, but in other words, you're taking 100%, right? 20% of the 2015 amount you've allocated. What is 75% of the 2015 amount minus the 2014 law enforcement? You don't have to subtract the 20% law enforcement for 2015. That will happen for the next year.
We can't spend
For this year, all you have to do is subtract the 20% that was paid for 2014.
All right,
This is
20% that was.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I guess Raylene, I guess I'm confused. If we don't allocate the 20% off of our deposits, we could potentially spend the money and then not have it come January 1st. That would be my concern in not pulling basically 20% of all of our deposits for law enforcement, 5% for administrative. Because if you only calculate it on January 1st, you will have spent that money in the previous cycle.
What you have to do, you get to allocate 75% of the money, of the balance on January 1, right? 20% of that's the other, so it's 100%. You're looking at 100%. 20% goes to law enforcement. So you don't subtract that 20% from the other 75. You've already allocated that 20%.
But
the 75% stands alone.
I agree with you. My question is in regards to when the 20 and when the 25 and the 75% are allocated. If it's January 1st of the following, basically the following year, you would potentially taking 20% of a number that you've already spent.
Well, this is Commissioner Cox. I just did the calculations. It comes out the same. If I take 75% of the 944,000, it still comes out to 708,143 and 71 cents instead of 42 cents. Yeah, that was subtracted out. That was subtracted out already. Yeah. Right.
That would be the correct way of figuring it out. Now, I think, and maybe I'm not reading your question correctly, but your concern is that if you allocate all of this, then your January balance
it's going to be minimal.
for next year will be minimal. Now, the only cost that you absolutely have to be able to cover is the cost for your one employee, which is your executive secretary. Everything else, if 20% of nothing is nothing, 75% of nothing is nothing, but you've got to be able to pay your administrative costs. So you have to ensure that you have enough money left over on January 1 of 2016 to cover your projected administrative costs for 2016.
So this is Commissioner Cox again. So since we haven't had a deposit from DMV, and hopefully the DMV discussion will come up here in a while, January 1st to this point in time, because this is based on the fiscal year, January 1st to our last deposit, we had deposited into our account $322,936.70 from DMB. I have no idea of how much more money we're going to get from DMB from now till the end of the year. So what Raylene is saying is if we agree to spend $708,143 on grants, we're going to leave ourselves short. So just to start the discussion, I would suggest that we don't give out more than $500,000 in grants.
Commissioner Dro and then Commissioner Elmore.
Commissioner Dro, for the record. Basically what we're talking about now is just accounting. So I understand it. The only thing that we're required is to have 20%. And when you say allocated, basically what you're doing is you're going to journal 20% of the funds that were in the bank account to law enforcement. That doesn't mean that money's gone, it's just journaled out. The 5% for the overhead, that should be journaled out as well, which would then leave a balance of what is available to distribute. That doesn't mean we're required to. And I think that's all we're looking at is here's the number. If it's 708, that's what's available. Again, going into January of the next year, and that's why it's really important that you journal out these funds. You can have a larger bank balance, but you're not going to take that balance because you have funds journaled. So again, it's pretty basic accounting. We have to just be mindful of what the bank balance is and what money is basically journaled out for law enforcement in one section that we're required to do. And again, the 5% for our overhead, that needs to be journaled into that for the expenses. So, like I say, the balance of the 708 is a correct number because that's what's available. That doesn't mean we're required to spend it all. And again, that's going to come back through the whole grant process, and then because we don't even know what's going to be submitted for grant, and we don't know what we're going to approve for grant. Again, that's just available funds, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Thank you. Commissioner Elmore?
This is Commissioner Elmore. My question was spurred by Charlie's treasurer's report listed what was available. Under my understanding of what's available, it doesn't. We haven't accounted for the 20% that's going to come due for law enforcement in January 1st of 2016 for this year. So I'm not aware that we have reserved, allocated, journaled those funds at all. So that's what spurred my question. I agree with Raylene that 20% of zero is zero, but zero, if we went by that math, would be far from the intent of the statute, and I think would be irresponsible on our part to spend that money. So I envision it as we need to be taking 20% of all of our receipts, carving those out for law enforcement, taking the 5% for administration, carving that out for that, and then we have really what is left, because come January 1st, if we don't plan for that money, it will be gone, and 20% zero will be zero.
Commissioner Lambert?
We have a little bit of a difficulty for most of my user group that I represent in the fact that if we don't spend this money on grants, say we keep $250,000 that we don't give out to trail use, now we have to give another 20% of that $250,000 to law enforcement. In several of the opinions I've heard, and I've heard others that did not believe that, I need a final answer before I would vote to use $500,000 when there's $700,000, and then to lose another 20% of $200,000. It would be unacceptable to me.
This is Commissioner Cox again. And keeping in mind too that even though we're journaling out the 20% for law enforcement, there was a balance that has not been applied for yet of $83,512.32 that could potentially, well, it's still there available. It would be in addition to the $708,000, but it still has to be used for law enforcement. There is that leftover balance that's still in there. When I journaled out the total 188, that 338 so far.
Commissioner Baker?
Go ahead, Commissioner Baker.
I'm understanding what's happened, and the reserve for the law enforcement has been removed from that percentage. And so in my mind, if 708,000 is available, because that's the percentage from January 1, and we know right now we have 1.3 million, plus we have another 6 months worth of revenue coming in from the DMV. If we allocate the full 708,000, we still have 436,000 cash on hand, plus what will come in for the rest of the year. It doesn't put us in jeopardy for anything. So I think, given the fact that we haven't been able to release any grant money, that I think we need to be getting all 708,000 out on the street. Unless I'm got that wrong, Charlie, explain it to me. But because otherwise, I think we got to pretty much through our own RFP or through the grant process distribute that money as much as possible. That's my position.
And Chairman McKay, for the record, and probably Raylene, and it may branch over to Sheila's office there. If we account, whether it's 500,000 or 700,000, we decide to allocate. The process is we probably won't allocate any money till after the first of the year. We can account for it in a journal. I'm just thinking 2 months for applications, close to that. By the time we get signed contracts, it may be November or December, right in there. Maybe better. But we can account for that money separately, and we'll have a cash flow balance going in, but those funds won't be dispersed for a year after that. I mean, as far as there'll be some equipment, but potentially it'll be a year before those grant funds are expended by people doing projects. It may be a lot up front, it may not. Can we separate that stuff from our January 1st balance, being that they're reserved for certain projects, or that January 1st balance will stand as what has to be allocated for law and us and grants?
Well, that's always been a question of mine, whether they consider that to be the cash method or the accrual method. The statute says 20% of any money in the account, and that makes it very difficult to calculate exactly how much money you can give out when you have money that's been set aside and agreed to, but the money's still there, but you actually owe that money to somebody. So, I mean, I can do some more research and confirm that for you, whether or not you can move to an accrual method for determining that balance on January 1. Makes the most sense.
We can. Yeah. Sheila?
Sheila Lambert from the grants. Typically, when we're looking at grant allocations of funds, we deposit the money, encumber the money, and do that based on that either calendar year or fiscal year, so that there is not any redundancy in accounting. So we, of course, would want to reach out to the Department of Administration Budget Office that oversees commissions and councils and work with them to make sure that they're your individual who just left, so they're currently hiring for that position, but he would be able to work with this OHV commission to ensure that it's done appropriately. We would want to follow all the rules and regulations, and these funds are to be used to be granted out. And so a lot of the discussion today was on the amount to be granted out. I would refer to Ms. Palmer, but I'm not sure that there's really any discussion as to what the purpose of the funds are for, and that you have any authority to maintain those in an account for a rainy day fund. And again, we would be looking on either doing the calendar year or the fiscal year, and then having the appropriate accounting people work that out. My recommendation.
Spend the money.
My only concern with the way that the statute reads is I don't know why they chose to use the word money in the account as opposed to balance in the account. I mean, that's a very specific word that they chose to use. And so but it doesn't make sense on how they've got all of this allocating that they would use that word, because it's very difficult to reconcile that with what's encumbered and then the actual cash or money balance in the account. So it wouldn't hurt to do a little bit of research on this and find out, and again, reach out to the appropriate people and find out what that means, whether or not you have to have the money gone.
And if the money, and if if we're talking about accounts, again, we have various budget accounts that you would be able to use in allocating and to be handling those disbursements. So again, the budget analyst 3 or 4 that's over boards and commissions would be able to work with us on clarifying how we use those funds. My experience with the state is that we have never counted a dollar twice. Once it's encumbered or expended or inside. So we don't just look at that. And if that's some language that we potentially need to go back to the legislature and ask for a minor an amendment because of what the actual budget and accounting processes are, it seems to me that might be a minor correction that based on the intent and what we can do within budgeting and accounting, some flexibility in there. But again, my experience is we don't count the dollar twice.
I agree, that makes sense.
Commissioner Durrell?
Commissioner Durrell for the record. Again, I'm bringing my experience from private sector. You know, the way Raylene kind of explained it, you know, and I'm pretty simple. You could have $1.5 million in the bank account on January 1, 2016, but you could have checks in the mail for $1.4 million. Now, if you're not going off an accrual, then basically, yeah, there's $1.5 million in the bank as of that day, but you don't have that money. So that would be foolish to even think that anyone would use that kind of an accounting practice, because it's ludicrous. And I mean, it's called float. We deal with that. I have a tremendous amount of float in my businesses, but I don't have the money. But if you took a picture of my bank account on any given day, that's not, your deposits, you have very little lag time, but checks, you could have, I can write 1,000 checks in a month and have 600 of them clear by the statement date, but I could have 400 outstanding checks with millions of dollars that's already, it's spent. But again, on that January 1 picture date of that account, it shows this balance. So, if that is the way we have to do it, then we need to definitely have clarification there, because that just, it makes no sense. And like I say, I've done accounting for the last 35 years, and I really understand that segment of it, so I can't see any reason why we would account. I don't know of anyone that uses that kind of accounting practice.
Any further commissioner comments?
This is Commissioner Elmore. I guess
Yes.
I simply want to state that, the fact that Charlie, as our treasurer, stated that he doesn't know what DMV will deposit until the end of the year. If that is indeed the case, then I am scared to assume that we will receive any amount if we don't have some sense as to what that will or won't be. I simply don't think we can bet on it until we see it and get accustomed to this new disbursement cycle.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I would recommend that you figure out what your administrative costs will be for 2016 and at least separate that much out in reserve. And then if there's any direct funding, if you want to spend any money directly reserve that as well. And I do want to provide an answer to Mr. Lambert's question, and he's correct that if it's not spent, that 20% of whatever isn't spent of the $708,000 would go to law enforcement next year. But you should at least, the only thing that you absolutely have to be prepared for is to sustain yourselves, and that's through your administrative costs. So that 5%, whatever dollar amount of your expenses that you project for 2016, since you don't know what your DMV funds will be, you should ensure that you at least have that much available for 2016.
Commissioner Duro?
Commissioner Duro again. Again, are you going to use a 5% of this, amount in the bank, or is that going to be, because again, you're going to be back to a redundant process. If you have, say, $1 million allocated for whatever, but you haven't written a check, so is that an extra $50,000 for your operating expenses? It should be based on an accrual basis. In other words, if from January 1 of 2015 to December 31st of 2015, if you take in $1 million in revenue, that's 20% should be allocated for law enforcement of that year. 5% should be allocated for the overhead of that year. You don't go with what you had in balance in 12 or 13 and add to that. That's redundancy. And again, you're coming back to, before you start figuring out what's what, you need to know how you're going to use your figures. Otherwise, you'll never be able to account for stuff and talk about opening a can of worms. You're going to have people very upset because it'll make us look foolish.
Well, this is Commissioner Cox. I mean, I agree there are certain standards of accounting that we should use, but unfortunately what caught us in the butt was we didn't spend the money in 2014, so law enforcement this year got to double dip. So that's why Raylene, I think, wants to get some more clarification so that doesn't happen to us again. I'm with you. I'll journal out, the 20% and the 5%, but, starting from January 1st of 2015 until now, we've got $322,938. If we got no more money for the rest of the year, our operating budget, 5% for next year, is going to be a little over $16,000. So can we realistically hire an employee for $16,000? So what Raylene is saying is, should we hold some, $100,000, $200,000 in reserve, whatever, so that 5% of that then increases. I mean, if we hold $322,000 in reserve, then our 5% is going to be $32,000. Is that a realistic figure to hire another employee? So far, our expenses have been minimal, but as we start managing grants and doing more things, our expenses are going to go up. So far our expenses for this year have been $14,104 for administrative costs. So I think that's what Raylene is pointing out. We assume we're going to get more money from DMV. We just don't know that for a fact, and the DMV report is yet to be given. So maybe we should get that report and see what they're going to give to us.
Commissioner Duro, for the record, I know I sound like a broken record, but again, using that mentality, what happens if DMV lumped their deposits and gave us a whole year's deposit on January 2nd? So on January 1st, we'd have $1, and on January 2nd, we have $2 million. So then we would give out 20% of $1, but then the day next...
The way the law is written, then the $2 million, that funds us for the following year. So it's weird accounting how the state set this up, and I agree with you, it's a nightmare, but it's not, it's what's in the account on January 1st, I'm assuming, less what's been journaled out, the checks we've already committed to writing.
Commissioner Giroux again. So what happens if we opened a second account? Well, now we have an account that we can actually...
We as a commission don't have any accounts. We didn't open an account. Our money gets deposited by the DMV into a state account that the state set up. And we have no flexibility to manage that account other than I have to just journal it in the ledger that we've encumbered grants for law enforcement for X amount of dollars up until now, and that's journaled aside. But I don't think we as a commission, I can't write a check to open a new account someplace.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I can only do it through journal entries.
So technically, if we don't have an account, then we're making up a random number anyway. So I guess...
No, there's an account that's set up by statute, so the account exists.
Yeah.
But I agree. Another part of the law says that you don't read an absurdity into the law. And I think what we're finding out is that by treating the word money, technically, unless some of you were there, if any of you know why the word money was chosen as opposed to balance, it doesn't make sense to use money. And I'll just say, as for the law enforcement portion, they didn't really double dip. The fact that the commission didn't spend any money, obviously their 20% grew, but when the commission determined what the award was going to be for law enforcement, the commission first determined, we actually did it, or you actually did it on the accrual method, because you took the 20% for 2014 and then you subtracted that from the January balance before calculating the 2015 amount. Now, if you were to say cash in the account, that wouldn't be correct. So I think it's a fair reading to say that you can rely on accrual method.
Thank you, Raylene. Sheila, would you like to add some points?
Sheila Lambert. One of the things that just got shared right now is that it is a state account, and so there are various types of accounts. We have various GL accounts. We have various accounts for encumbrances. A subrecipient is by virtue an allocation. So we tend to be using this word account in a very narrow framework. But out of that account, there are the sub-accounts that can be created within the state budgeting systems. So if we do have monies that are encumbered, they could go under various sub-accounts so that you are consistent with what is available in the, say, DMV account, for lack of better description. So at the end of the day, what we need to know from the grant office, and we can work with you on the accounting methods, but we need to know how much money you're planning to allocate out, so that we can include that in the announcement so individuals know how much they can apply up to.
Okay, very good. So, one more time?
So one more time. So if I understand it right, we are on an accrual basis, and by doing that, it's not a money situation. It's basically what we generate. Let's do it like a business. What we generate, you take a percentage of that generation, especially if 20% is mandated, then that money gets journaled, and that, whether we spend it or not, it's spent in our, on the journal. So we're not going to recount that again, because that's not income. The same with our expenses, that gets journaled into, in other words, the money is going to stay in one account, and you don't look at what the bank balance says, because when you're journaling, that's like you're writing a check. It just hasn't been cashed yet, but that money is spent. So we need to do this right.
All right, let's try and do a couple things here. Should we entertain a motion for a conservative amount of money to be allocated for this grant program? And subsequently, work with the administration department on how we can journal, ledger, manage this thing and get a better sense of where it goes before January 1st. So would anyone like to make a motion for a conservative amount of money to fund this first round of grants?
It's a motion, but it's not what you want.
Okay, hang on.
Commissioner Lambert, for the record.
That's it. We'll do motion second and we'll go on.
Just raise my hand to make a motion.
All right.
You're right.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert, for the record. I would make a motion that we readdress the law enforcement grants as if we're on an accrual basis. We've allocated the money in excess of the requirement, and that if we are able to work on an accrual basis, that we address $600,000 towards this round of grants. But we definitely need to readdress what appears to many to be paying law enforcement twice when the money was committed, although the grants did not accomplish. That should have also been done with the first round of grants, as we did not allocate the money we told the people we were allocating, and we should reissue the grants to those 21 participants to go after the money that they participated in the first time. We have committed a couple mistakes that were not done intentionally, but those mistakes appear to me to have legal actions that could be implicated by them. So we should be looking at issuing to the original applicants the original amount of money, putting the original amount of the law enforcement grants up and not double dipping it. Excuse me.
Hang on, Charlie.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that we journaled out the 188,338. That's 20% of the balance at the beginning of the year. So nobody double dipped, as Raylene said, and that money has been journaled out. So those law enforcement grants we did correctly, and we're waiting for people to send us their bills so we can spend that, write those checks. So I guess I'm confused on that part. I thought you were making a motion for how much money we wanted to allocate in this round of grants.
I did, but it also addressed the fact that I'd been told that we paid law enforcement on a double dip standard, which I don't support. If we paid law enforcement...
Yeah, go ahead, Raylene.
Well, no, he was speaking. I just wanted to clarify that the terminology double dip is not correct. What happens is if you don't spend the money obviously grows, so 20% becomes larger and larger. It wasn't a double dip. The only thing that the commission is required to expend is the 20%. Everything else is optional. That's the way the statute's written. It was not possible for the commission, although you tried to start that grant process, it wasn't possible for the commission to do that without regulations. So the commission couldn't award any other money. And since the other money isn't mandatory, and since the 20% is not part of the grant process, that's statutorily determined based on the recommendation of the OCJA. You can't mix apples and oranges here. So there was no double dipping. It's the difference between mandatory money that you must spend and optional money that you can spend. But unfortunately, the optional money couldn't be spent until the regulations were in place.
That work for you? Okay. Do you want to restate your motion, or
Well, it's rather difficult to, because frankly, when you're in the process of a motion and you're not allowed to continue it, it is bull.
You have a chance to continue right now.
I understand that. I just made my statement.
Okay.
I would suggest that we avoid anything but accrual accounting and put $600,000 into this round of grants. We need to still address the fact that we have not, to my knowledge, told the people from the first round of grants that they were or were not successful in writing, which I've encouraged us to do repeatedly, because in business, that's just poor business. Thank you.
Chairman Cake, for the record, I think Raylene adequately explained that first round that wasn't done correctly, that we rescinded, and that was all legal. So they're able to apply for any grant from this day forward now that we have the right regulations and the authority to disperse the money. We did not have that authority the first time around. So,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I
yes.
want to just clarify one other thing. Mr. Lambert, I want to make sure you understand when you're saying that we should set aside $600,000 and we're talking about the accrual method. The accrual method, that will come into play only once the grants are awarded, because then the money is obligated. Up until that point, if you say we want to disperse $600,000, but then you only disperse $400,000, the other $200,000 would not be set aside for a rainy day. That will go back into the balance January 1st to determine, the percentages. So you actually have to award the actual money before it would be separated from the January 1st balance.
Okay.
Through.
What's that?
I said I'm through.
Okay. Any second for that? All right. That motion dies for lack of a second. Do I have another motion as far as a funding level for this round of grants?
Commissioner Baker?
Commissioner Baker, go ahead.
I don't have a motion. I just wanted to share with you that one of the things we had talked about was not putting into the grant, but keeping separate and going out for an RFP for the public education and outreach. And from that aspect, I wanted to share that I'm working with the Clark County Desert Conservation Program, and they are willing to help us. I had mentioned a couple months ago that they had put this survey out to citizens throughout the state of Nevada, but it was specifically focused on Clark County because that's where the revenue comes from for this program. And they have got a lot of feedback with regard to what was missing for the OHV user, and they're working with that company that they hired. In doing that, they've identified some outreach, and there's things that align with us. And so in talking to their program manager, and she just gave me more information this morning, they're willing to give us money to create marketing materials, and they're willing to hire the marketing company to help put that all together. What they did say was they can't actually fund us doing ads, paying for ads and that type of thing. She had initially, they have a marketing request for proposal out on the street right now, and they were going to amend it and add our additional scope to it if we wanted them to. But she just wrote me this morning to say that because she didn't realize the deadline was like 3 days away for the due date for their original RFP, so that she would suggest a totally separate RFP for us. But she hasn't identified a dollar amount, but I'm thinking it's going to be like $80,000 or maybe even $100,000 that they'll earmark for us to develop marketing. But she said we would have to pay for the media purchases and placement on our own. So we could use that for the entire state because it wouldn't be just unique to Southern Nevada, and then we would just have to pay for getting it out there. So I think knowing that we could get this material developed, we would want to reserve some of that money to get the messages out there. And I don't know what that amount would be, but then beyond that, I'm thinking we should get as much money out in the grant program as we can. So I just wanted to tell everybody about that.
There shouldn't be discussion on that, though, because of the agenda. I don't think it's covered under any of these items.
Discussion on whether to include grant award to public education outreach.
Yeah, I think technically Raylene's right, a good point of information, and it may be interest in, let's pursue the opportunity and see what happens.
It's right there.
It's listed in the agenda.
Yeah. On
This is Commissioner Cox.
Well, hang on there. Which,
This is Commissioner Elmer. The agenda item explicitly states a discussion of whether to include a grant award for the public education outreach or whether to bid these awards will occur.
Oh,
So I don't think that Commissioner Baker's comments were out of line from that sense in the agenda.
At all.
No, I agree that it was fine for her to say it. I don't think that the discussion should now delve into the merits of the other agency involvement and what they can do. She's put that information out there and you're aware of that. There shouldn't be further discussion about moving on that, just because there's no agenda item here. That was the only point I was trying to make.
and actually that line, discussion whether to include a grant award for public education outreach or whether to competitively bid the awards, was a discussion the commission had earlier, that we can include the public education outreach in this grant guideline booklet, with the modifications we'll make, or we can competitively bid that public education outreach through the state, which would allow us to have a little more control over a central provider. But I'm thinking now with all the complications we have, maybe we should just keep that in with our grant guideline book and see how that works first time. But yes, Commissioner Elmore.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I guess I'm sitting here looking at this agenda item thinking, okay, we need to move along, but there are so many unknowns with the accounting that, yes, we're eager to get RFP out, but the basis of that is that we have money to give out, and until we know exactly how the accounting works and how much money we have, I don't know that under my own due diligence and working prudently under the intent of all this that we can do that right now. I think there are just too many unknowns to even come up with a number, approve it. I think we need to get some of these accounting issues figured out before we can really know what we have to work with and what we don't.
This is Commissioner Cox.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to point out of those 708, 143 grant funds that are available, if we get to spend money ourselves for public education outreach, or whether it goes through the grant process, the 15% of that original $944,000 is $106,221 that we can spend up to for public education outreach. So if we can do that ourselves, then we should hold some of that money in reserve as well as we're contemplating how much we want to give out in this grant process.
This is Commissioner Elmore. I absolutely agree, Charlie, but what we also don't know, and what you have alluded to, is we haven't even had a discussion about what our administrative needs are going to be for this following year. We don't know if that's $20,000 or $120,000, and that has an impact as to the available balance as well. So just once again, I think there are too many unknowns and too many other discussions that we have to have to get to a final number that is prudent.
Any other
Well,
commissioners?
that's why I just started the discussion at 500,000 a long time ago. So we had some reserves.
Yeah, for the record, 500,000 would leave us 100,000 for administrative cost, 100,000 in other reserve costs, and there's nothing to say that after the first of the year and we lick all these accounting problems, we can do another round of grant and learn from what we did this time and make it better. We can control that timing.
If your balance in the account on January 1 is 500,000, that would allow you 25,000 for administrative expenses.
I was saying,
so you can kind of gauge from there. If the balance was on January 1 was 500,000, would that be sufficient? You'd have $25,000 to spend on your administrative costs for next year.
No.
And then you have to determine whether you're likely to get additional money So if you spent it down to zero today, do you think you'll have, I mean, do you need $1 million in order to have 50,000 for administrative expenses? That's what you have to figure it on. You have to be able to cover your administrative expenses for next year. And if you can reasonably project that you're going to get at least X amount of revenue in the remainder of this year, those are all just kind of decisions that you need to make.
All right.
Commissioner Giroux, Raylene, again, I'm going to come back to real world. You have accounts payable, you have accounts receivable. In an accounting base, if DMV owes us $1 million, just because it's not in the account, that is now a receivable. On January 1, if we have $1 million receivable, that's $1 million. Okay?
Oh, I agree with you. I don't want you to misunderstand what I was saying. Meaning, will you get the additional revenue for this year between now and then? I don't mean physically in hand. I mean, will there be that much more revenue coming in?
And again, the way you stated it, you said as of January 1st, if we have $500,000 in the bank. Well, I think we have to get away from that terminology because, you know, again, you can have $500,000 in the bank and you could have $499,000 in checks outstanding that already been written in the air. So we have to get away from that. We need to get to real world accounting, and that's like I say, don't look at, you look at what's journaled in, what's journaled out. And when I say that, again, you have accounts receivable, which basically our accounts receivable is DMV is our receivable. Okay? They haven't paid us, but that doesn't mean they don't owe us. I'll guarantee they have, in their accounting, they have a payable to us. Just because we haven't.
No, I agree with you completely. So, no, we do not. I use different language, but I agree with what you said. So what I'm saying is, will there be additional accounts receivable to the commission from the DMV? With the change in funding, I don't think anybody really understands yet whether you're going to be getting more money or less money. So it's hard to project based on what you've received in the past.
Well, and
so you need to know what you're going to be getting from the DMV from now through the end of the year in revenue.
I understand it, and I was part of that whole procedure, and I did a lot of research as far as by how we changed our revenue stream, and it was a net positive for us. And again, we can have the DMV representative come in and shine some more light, but you know, I just ran simple numbers, and we should be net positive. We should get more money than less money by this new, you know, distribution model.
Scott, you want to make a quick comment? And I think I'll have DMV come up a little bit too here. It might shine some light on that, but please go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Gers, Nevada Trail Stewards. I'm just curious as to why no one has addressed the projected expense budget. This seems to me to be a pretty simple answer to what you guys are looking for. And just by what we've gone through in the past, P.O. Box at $300 a year, roughly phone at $200 a year, your payroll roughly $20,000 a year, and site expenses about $2,400 a year. You're only talking about $22,900 worth of expenses that you know that you're going to have. Aren't these things projected out where we can have an actual number that you already know what's going on? Thank you.
Yeah, we got to do it. Other than we believe our executive secretary that we intend to discuss in a little while. We'll also have grant writing skills, more work. Her cost is going to be considerably more than what our present cost structure was administering these grants. So I'm thinking we probably need to perhaps have $75,000 a year set aside for executive secretary.
So there is a projected expense budget?
There's an educated guess.
Okay.
Yes, I think. Thank you. Tried to drag you in there a little early about your report, and maybe you want first, if you want to go through your monthly report, and then maybe we can talk about maybe projected revenue towards the end of the year might allay some concerns.
Okay, Doreen Rigsby for the record from the Department of Motor Vehicles. And I'll just do the monthly report from July 1. It's through July 31st. And then I'll let Heather go ahead and expand on the projections that we did for the next fiscal year. DMV's total revenues was $114,737.20. Our operation for the month of July is $23,444.92. I do know that Mr. Cox has kept mentioning that the department had made their deposit. They made their deposit in July for the last of June. The way the law is written is that we will now deposit quarterly. So what we make July, August, and September won't be on that revenue report. Then first part of October, the monies will go over. So you'll be seeing those quarterly. The state runs on a fiscal year though, and it sounds like your grants are going to be a calendar year. So I'm not sure. It's going to take a little longer for you guys to figure out your projections, I think, due to us not being able to help. New registrations were at 1,052. Renewals were 3,584. Our duplicate decals, which are just requests for misplaced or lost decals, were only 11. Total titles processed were 715. We answered 1,827 phone calls and had 311 pieces of correspondence. Active OHV registration counts as of July 31, and that would be any active without letting it expire, were 41,487.
Pretty steady. Very well, thank you. And I don't know if you'd like to expand maybe what the revenue picture, maybe the balance of the year would help us considerably, I think.
Heather Hawkins Fancher for the record with the Department of Motor Vehicles. We have done some projections. I do believe the chairman's had those for about a month now from Sean, our administrator. So just a basic overview of those we are projecting that each quarter we would disperse about $191,307.60. This first quarter, though, we have carryover funds that we have had from these previous years. So we're projecting your first deposit, which again would probably arrive to you around mid-October, would be about $564,589.12.
Can you say it one more time?
It's $564,589.12. So overall, we did a comparison of what, based on the same projections, the same numbers that we were projecting out for registrations and renewals and everything. If your funding method were what it was last year, then compared to what it's currently is now with us doing the 100% and the quarterly deposits, you're actually going to make, we project, $451,652.92 more this year than you would have.
That should allay some.
The excess amount though that's been being held in that balance, or is that what it'll be excluding the first quarter?
That includes the additional amount, the reserves.
So do you know what would it be without the reserves?
I have a very long report here to look through. I don't think we have a breakdown. Let's see, because what we did compare. Okay, yeah, without the reserves, I do have a breakdown. So without the reserves, so it was projected that at the old funding model, you would have received $686,859 for the year. Under the new model, without the extra reserves, we project that you would have received $765,230.40.
That's, this is Commissioner, that's inclusive of what we've already received for this year.
No, you have not received any money for this fiscal year from us. That deposit, like it was explained earlier, that was shown for July was the money that was due through June.
End of June, okay.
So yeah, any money that we have taken in for July and August is being held for that quarterly distribution.
Commissioner Drew, so basically what you're saying, it's going to be a net positive compared.
Oh yeah, yes. You guys are going to make more money with this new funding model than you would have with the old funding
and
model.
when I researched it, and I'm a numbers guy, so I crunched them, and that's why I was very supportive on going to the new process, just because of the additional, basically the additional income that we were going to get out of it, because I was counting title fees. And
right, yes.
There was quite a bit of stuff that never made it on our side of the books.
Right, correct. During that split, you guys only got the portion of the registration fees. Everything is included, so you're getting the carryover from the title fees and the late fees and the decal fees. So you're getting a portion of everything.
Well, and like I say, that's why I strongly supported that. So thank you very much.
And so, hopefully I understand this correctly, that you anticipate in mid-October this carryover fund will be dispersed to us, which should be on the order of $564,000.
That would be what we project for your first quarter's distribution as well as the carryover.
Okay.
That's the total of those two combined.
Okay.
And yeah, that should be in your first deposit. And like our deposits, usually it looks like they typically run about 2 weeks after that ends. So I would expect it mid-October.
Okay. And then, is there one more quarter after that will
You would
get a
have, so your
distribution?
quarters would run July, August, September. You're going to get that deposit in about October. The next one would be your funds from October, November, and December. You're probably not going to get that deposit until mid-January. So it probably wouldn't be able to count in that discussion for earlier for your grants. I think that deposit would miss.
Which probably wouldn't be the worst thing either.
It would be good.
Yeah.
Commissioner Drew, again, I think if we account the proper way, obviously, say the money hits us mid-January, it's money we earned in 2015. That money should be accounted in 2015 with our ending balance in 2015. Even though we don't have the money yet, it is a receivable. We journal that in on our receivable account. This is how taxes are done. This is how business is done.
Well,
so again, we're going to climb back into that. We need to be real world, and we need to know how we're accounting for our revenue and our expenses before you can then budget out what you're going to spend.
Okay. Doreen, is there something you want to add?
What I was just going to say is, in Mike's the state runs the same way, really. The only difference I'm hearing is basically that you're going calendar year, we're going fiscal year. We don't close our books for FY15 until a few weeks after all the checks deposit, all the incomes are accounted for. It's all sitting there, it just needs to be divvied up where it's supposed to go, and then those books get closed. So I can see, we could probably tell we could do September, October, November, December. We could probably tell you in December almost everything, but we wouldn't get those last 2 weeks possibly before you guys could account for it in January.
Commissioner Drew, and that's fine. Real world, that's why taxes aren't due until March for corporates and April for personal, because you're not looking at, in other words, January 1st, you don't take a picture, and January 1st you have to have your books done and you have to have everything done, because it's real world. So again, somewhere by the end of January, first part of February, we'll know every bit of what income we've made in 2015. And then at that point, like I say, we take our 20% journal out for our, it's just easy. I guess
Easier.
I'm just frustrated because it's so easy. Let's not make it so hard.
Well, obviously, I'm sorry, did someone else?
Commissioner Cox.
Yes, go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so then taking her projections of the first deposit of 564,589 and roughly 191,307 for the quarter, and the 322,938 we have in the account presently, at the first of the year, our account balance should be a little over $1 million, $1,078,000, a little over. So that's, for the projections are accurate, that's where we should be at the beginning of the year.
And the question is $50,000 enough to handle our executive secretary with new responsibilities and all the rest? We might want a little healthier, and we won't get that till after the 1st. So it's there's two ways we can go. We can take a conservative estimate and try this, or we have to work with the department administration, figure out how the accounting's done, and make sure we have all those X's crossed before we make that decision.
Commissioner Giroux, we're also in, we have an unknown. We don't know how many people are going to even apply for a grant. So we could be like law enforcement, where we had X amount of dollars. There wasn't even, not even enough law enforcement applied to even wipe out the 14 balance. So again, and I hope that we get a lot of applicants, but what happens if we don't?
Then we don't spend the money.
We don't have to spend that money. So, but I think that, we're talking about what's available. So yeah, I think, if we have 700,000, that's what's available. That's what you put out. That is what's available. That doesn't mean that they're going to have $700,000 worth of, grants applied for. And of that, what happens if you have, people, that don't meet criteria? You could, again, you're trying to do something on an unknown that, what we know is we have 700,000 available. So, if I understand it right, that's all we're trying to do is figure out what top line number we're going to put out as an available, and at that point, like I say, I want to see as many applications come in, because I want to see, what good projects we have. We're still going to then have to score them and basically get, what money then at that point, if you have 700,000 available and you have 400,000 in good, solid grant applications, we'll probably approve all of them. But again, we always have control on it. So I don't know why we're trying to limit, ahead of the curve.
Very good. Larry, go ahead.
Larry Calkins, Nevada Four-Wheel Drive Association. Commissioner Giroux really took the words out of my mouth. What you're doing is announcing what is possibly available. It's being watched by the user groups. They know what those dollars are out there, and you want to put the biggest number figure out there that you can possibly get to attract the grant applications. What you actually have in the pot at the time, that everything's scored and you're able to take and divide it up, is dependent on what you have in the pot.
All right. Is the rest of the commission comfortable with that? Then should we do a motion?
Yes.
I'll entertain one.
All right, Commissioner Cox as treasurer, I'll make a motion that we put $700,000 out as available grant money this year.
Okay, it's been moved. Second?
Commissioner Drew, I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I
Aye. Okay. Very good. Commissioner Elmore?
For the record, Commissioner Elmore opposes.
Very good. All right. I know I put in here a discussion to whether include the grant award in the public education or competitively bid that. I'm beginning to think maybe we should just keep it in the grant application guide, see what we get, and improve and learn from that.
That's our mandate.
Unless there's any objection or discussion to the contrary. All right.
Commissioner Jerome,
Yes.
my only point on that would be, again, let's let people.
See what happens.
Yeah, let's let people
right.
apply. If we get no applications for that,
We can always go the
we
second
can-
route.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
Very good.
Get the public involved.
All right, thank you. The other item in here was a draft timetable for future commission meetings. So I assume it's going to probably take a week or two for us to hammer out all those details that were discussed in the earlier item. Assuming help us 1st of September, we'll have to schedule some meetings month probably from there to, well, we have other commission business, probably executive secretary, need to talk about the future quite a bit this next year, but also to allow grant applicants at that time to ask us any questions on their applications and if they need any direction. And they can get a lot of direction from grants office, but there will probably be some questions directed to us, how we dispose of it. It'll probably be good 30 to 45 days after that where we'll be in position to have individually graded our grants, get that back into the grants office and schedule a meeting to award the grants. So, we got some, probably a 30-day, probably a 30 to 45-day after that. And I can get some dates as soon as we get that announcement in and make sure those dates work for the commission. And probably just another, probably, we may just have to kind of wing it once the grant application guide goes out in your schedules, and we'll get some probably meetings out there about the same time so the grant applicants as well as the public have a good 30-day notice as far as when the next meetings are for the next important step. So, all right. Any further questions, or should we? I think we pretty much discussed that pretty done. Got a couple more small items. Discussion and possible action regarding options for paying the state unemployment insurance for executive secretaries. I, like many others, thought that our secretaries were independent contractors. They, according to the state, they are not independent contractors. They are state employees. And so we have to choose on two payment methods, regular or reimbursement, for paying them back on the unemployment insurance for the secretaries we have. And I think there's a regular or a reimbursement method. The reimbursement method, we get just what we owe. There are no penalties or interest for the back period that we didn't pay. And I think, Charlie, if I'm correct, if we get current with the state up to date, it's $1,402.90. $1,402.90 to get current with the state. So maybe we could have a motion that we will pay the state unemployment insurance on a reimbursement basis for $1,402.90 to get current with state unemployment insurance.
Gary Lambert for the record.
Okay, one second. Go ahead.
I just wanted to provide you with a little bit more information for the commission so that they can make an informed decision. So
Okay.
there's two methods by which you can pay the unemployment insurance. One is just a reimbursement. So when somebody makes a claim, you would be required to pay what the actual Employment Security Division would have to pay to that individual. Or there's the regular method, where you just pay a percentage of your quarterly, of the salary that you're paying to that person. So how this came to light is one of your executive secretaries made a claim. I don't know that they've determined whether or not that claim is valid yet. They're looking into that, meaning whether or not she's entitled to any type of unemployment. So if they determined that she was, then the commission would have to reimburse the Employment Security Division for the actual amount. And that would be true for anybody else going forward that made a claim. If what I'm told is that the maximum payment under the reimbursement method for anybody would be $412 for 26 weeks. And that's if the annual salary is at approximately $40,000 or more. And what I was also told is that that's what most agencies do. They just choose that reimbursement method. So 412 times 26 weeks would be the max out-of-pocket amount that the commission would have to pay, assuming a $40,000 or greater salary. And then, as Chair McKay already explained, if you go with the regular method, based on the wages that have already been paid, it's $1,402.90 to date. But then moving forward, you're going to have to continue to pay that insurance and do quarterly reports, which you're going to have to do anyway. You have to do the quarterly reports. So that's it.
Question?
Commissioner Dro?
Commissioner Dro for the record. So since they're now deemed as a state employee, does the employee then get to participate in the state PERS? And are we going to be required to pay that as well? And as far as on the question of the unemployment insurance, I'm in full agreement that we pay the percentage instead of being on the hook for basically paying the reimbursement. That would be foolish.
Okay, all right.
The question was, I guess, to Raylene.
Yeah. Does that make sense to you, Raylene and Charlie?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Raylene, since they're now deemed as a state employee, are we going to be responsible for like the state PERS program? Are they going to be able to tap into that? Some of the other things, otherwise if they're not doing that, who's paying their FICA and their, in other words, do we now have to have payroll, right? So everything that goes with it, correct?
And that's, okay, I don't know that anybody said the definition of a state employee, they're an employee of the commission for sure, and you're a state agency, so if that makes them a state employee, they're definitely an employee as far as the Employment Security Division is concerned. They may also be an employee as far as the IRS is concerned. I don't know the answer to that question. This is, like I said, this came about because somebody made a claim. So they reached out to, initially to Commissioner Jackson, because that's who they had as the last chair. Then I believe I'm not sure if they went to Chair McKay or not, but they reached out to me, and then in turn that's what started this discussion. So I asked her to please give me all of the information that she could so that the commission could make an informed decision on which way they want to go. And what I told you is all of the information that I had. She said that $1,402.90, which includes interest, penalties, and the amount that should have been paid, has to be paid by August 31st to avoid any additional fees if the commission selects the regular method. And then if it's the reimbursement method, somebody would first have to make a claim, and then that's calculated based on their actual salary. So the amount that I told you, the $412, I don't believe that any of your executive secretaries have been paid at the $40,000 level, nor have they worked a sufficient period of time that you would have to come out of pocket for that amount. I believe that it sounds as if there may not be anything due. There's certainly nothing due at this time if the commission chooses the reimbursement method. Now, they may decide down the road that yes, she's getting X amount of unemployment, $100, a week for however long, I don't know, then the commission would have to pay that. They would have to reimburse that. But as of right now, there's been no determination that anything is due. There would be no interest or penalties if the commission chooses that route. If they choose the other route, $1402.90 is due and payable on or before August 31st. So I know I didn't answer your question, and because I just don't have an answer. There's obviously more questions that come up with this commission than I have answers for. I have to be a payroll expert. I have to be an IRS. It's like, and this has been one of my frustrations with the statute, which you guys have been living with for years. I've been here not even a year yet. But it's very, very frustrating because you're handicapped by the resources that you were given to administer what you have to do, the expertise. You're not allowed to even hire anybody other than an executive secretary. So how do you get the accounting expert and the grants expert and the million other experts that you need? And you're just a volunteer board. It's not like this is a full-time job for you. So I understand your frustration. I'm frustrated because I don't have all the answers either. And but yes, I think that's something that, again, the commission, somebody's going to have to take charge and find out. Maybe you can obtain that expertise, and I can help with this through state personnel to find out, are we not paying the employment taxes correctly? Is there a workers' comp portion of this that should be being paid? There's a lot of things to think about. But for now, this is the one that the commission is immediately facing today. A decision has to be made, and a check may have to be written within the next couple days. So maybe a future agenda item.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I appreciate that. And like I say, all it's done is, from someone that has a lot of employees, I'm thinking of all the stuff that now, if we go down this road, then basically,
we had a 30%
if they're an employee, they're employees. So, in other words, if you're paying state unemployment, then you got to be paying FICA. You got to be paying. Our state has an employee head tax. If they're an employee again, and can we be an employer? If you have to be an employer, then you have to have a EIN number, and then we have to file that, with the feds, so that we can pay into, because it's a match situation. In other words, we didn't take any money out of their checks. And now we're back to doing this, after the fact, and now we're chasing our tail backwards. God.
Treasurer Cox said that you do have the EIN number already.
Yes.
He's in fact filled out the forms that were required for the Employment Security Division. So they have that registration form, the business registration form, on file now. And do the commissioners have these forms in their packet, the different election methods?
I think they're shooting for regular, just pay it. Let's see.
Okay, this is just the form that has to be completed, the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. It just says return the form by August 31st. Employer name hereby elects to pay to the Nevada Unemployment Compensation Fund under and you select contributory method, reimbursement method. This is what it says. Employers must file quarterly wage reports and pay taxes on each employee's wages up to the taxable wage limit during a calendar year. The taxable wage limit is calculated each year at 66 2/3% of the average annual wage paid to Nevada workers. The unemployment insurance tax rate for new employers is 2.95%, with an additional 0.05% for the Career Enhancement Program, after being in business for 14 to 17 calendar quarters. An employer's UI tax is determined by an experience rating system with rates ranging from a minimum of 0.25% to a maximum of 5.4%. That's the contributory method. The reimbursement method, employers must file quarterly wage reports but do not pay taxes on wages. Instead, employers reimburse the division for unemployment benefits paid to former workers and charged to their account. The division will issue a billing after each completed quarter, which must be paid within 30 days. That's the way it works. So it's just a matter of the commission has to decide which of these the box will be checked. Chairman or Treasurer Cox will sign the form, and we'll get that submitted to them right away.
Do we have a recommendation which method we wish to go with?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't have a recommendation for you. The only thing that I have is Ms. Wheeler is the person that we've been talking with at Employment Rehabilitation. Yeah, okay, that's right. And she said that most agencies choose reimbursement. And that's why I asked her, what is the, is the sky the limit? Because I wanted you to have the information to make an informed decision. And that's when she came back with the absolute maximum that anybody would have to pay $412 for 26 weeks. And you can see that would be an executive secretary that's paid at a higher level than you've been paying them, who would have been employed for a very long period of time, that would then be unemployed and qualify for unemployment insurance. So, I guess if you were looking at 26 weeks times $412, that's quite a bit of money, but then you have to weigh, well, what's the chances of that happening, and is that a risk that, are you risk averse? There's so many decisions, and then you're a state agency, or a state commission, so that makes it more difficult. I don't know what to tell you.
Commissioner Giroux,
go ahead.
I guess for me to, as a numbers guy, I think what we need to do is we need to look at what we've actually paid in wage and how far back we have to go. Obviously, unemployment works in the rears, so we might not have that much liability on the books now versus what we're going to go forward, since this is the first time I've even been aware that we've ever had an employee. Other questions arise, like I say, since now we're going to basically take claim to being an employer, which we've never been, we need to look at, like I say, we need to look at the FICA thing, we need to look at, there's a lot more things that go along with this. Do we have to go backwards? And are we now going to go back into fiscal 14?
Actually, it goes back to 12, I think.
Well, and that was my next question. Obviously in 2012, an employee, even if they file now, you're past what they're going to claim on any income from us. So I guess for me to, really put my vote in, I'd like to really look at what we paid out and what would, I think going forward, I think we do it, like any business would do it. But as far as for the past, I'd like to just see what our total we might have a total liability of $1,000. So why would you pay $1,400 for a just in case? So, and that's I guess. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Treasurer Cox had a question. He asked me about, can you switch? Can you go back and forth? And on the form it says, newly subject employers. An employer who becomes newly subject to Nevada unemployment compensation law may elect the reimbursement method for a period of not less than 4 consecutive calendar quarters, beginning with the first quarter in which he becomes subject to the law. Established employers. An employer who has been paying contributions under the contributory method may elect the reimbursement method by filing this form 30 days prior to the beginning of any taxable year. Such election cannot be terminated for at least 2 calendar years. Notice to terminate the reimbursement method must be filed on this form 30 days prior to the beginning of the taxable year for which the termination is effective. And then it says, note, employers electing to terminate the reimbursement method and change to the contributory method will continue to be liable for reimbursement benefit payments based on wages paid to the termination date, which makes sense.
Any further comment?
This is Treasurer Cox.
Go ahead, Charlie.
So in answer to Mike's question, if we choose the contributory method, then we would owe that $1,402.90. That includes penalties and interest for wages we've already paid since day one. If we choose the reimbursement method, we don't owe any money unless the person who made the claim gets the claim. But going forward on the reimbursement method, then anybody who makes a claim in the future, our risk may be greater. That's kind of the decision we have to make here.
Okay.
The maximum we pay going forward would be $426.
Under the pay rate. Commissioner Baker, my question was if we pay the percentage on the regular basis going forward, what would that amount be projected to be?
Yeah, it's going to be dependent on the salary we pay, which I'm guessing Kim for the year is going to be $24,000. I think this takes Kim right up to the last quarter too. So
The 1402.90, that's going back to the very first employee that the commission had and all of the costs and everything associated with every employee that you've had, because they've already filled out all the forms. They had asked Treasurer Cox to provide that information to them, which he did, and they calculated all the forms. They've already been prepared. I think he may have signed them already even. They haven't been sent in yet because it was waiting the decision here. But, I mean, I don't know if that helps at all knowing what it's been, because when did that start? 2012? So from 2012 to date, it's 1402.90. That includes interest and penalties as well.
let's put it to bed.
I sent them the wages per quarter. I didn't add it all up, but I just did it real quickly. It was about $32,000 going all the way back. So, but I don't know how much the interest and penalties were either.
Commissioner Giroux, so if I understand this right, we could elect to go with basically being responsible, then fill out a form and change it to go forward, which I think that, that would be my suggestion would be, now that we know that we are an employer, let's do it. Because I want to say, state and federal unemployment is a very small percentage. I want to say 2-3%. So it's not a big number. And as far as going backwards, if we do it the other way first, then we do have penalty and interest that we have to pay, which that's throwing money away because realistically, you're only looking at about a 2-year span where they can actually come back. So we're already through mid-15, so we have almost 1.5 years, which we have no liability for. But if we do the retro, we're paying for something that we don't have liability for. So again, if I had all the numbers, I could take it back to my work and have my payroll gal, basically I could format it out and see what our exposure is both ways. But I would think, like I say, if we can do as take the responsibility for the past and then fill out the form
go reimbursement
and
we can change that.
Yeah, go reimbursement at first and then change.
Okay.
I mean, that's just making.
Would you like to make that a motion?
Make it a motion.
Well, then I would like to make a motion that we look at filing for a reimbursement portion for the unemployment that has gone on. And I guess, you know,
change it to the,
and then change it to
yes, that's what you want.
Contributory.
the contributory moving forward.
Right. Do we have a second for that?
Commissioner Lambert, I'd like to second Mr. Giroux's motion as a good way to move forward with the plan.
Very well. Moved
The
in.
only thing that I would add to that is
Yes.
that I'm not sure what it says. So you can switch by filing 30 days prior to the beginning of a taxable year.
So we'll have to switch. So we'll have to switch by December 1st, I guess, for
30
next year.
days prior.
30 days prior.
If a taxable year, I would imagine, runs January through December, but I don't even know that.
Yeah, that's
Is
calendar.
it a state taxable year or is it a calendar taxable year? Now we're back to the accrual method or the cash method.
No, it's the same.
I think calendar year.
State and Fed is calendar.
Okay. All right, so we'll just have to make sure we make that adjustment. Any further discussion? Very well, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, no opposed. Thank you. Okay. Item number 9.
Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
Chairman, can I just make one comment? I just was a question on that.
Sure.
I was kind of curious, who made the determination that these are state employees? Is that one person that made that determination, and should we get a second opinion? Because I think because I think Commissioner Giroux is correct in a few things. We start having to pay PERS and everything like that. I can tell you right now, our that 50,000, whatever we project, is going to be
75. Yeah.
in a heartbeat, 75, whatever that is. That's going to be a huge thing. If we're paying PERS and we're paying health insurance and we're paying all that stuff, I'd like to know why or what they read or what statute says that we can't use a private contractor. That was my question.
Good comment. Thank you. Hopefully, Raylene might assist me in that, and we'll get some more answers at our next meeting. Thank you. Item number 9. Thank you for your patience. An update on the Commission's Law Enforcement Awards. Thank you for coming, Charisse. I just asked her here because there may be a couple different ways we can go in the future, and thought we'd query her about. Originally, Sheriff from White Pine County protested his award amount, and if you remember, that was for the trailer, and so he originally was going to come and talk to us to see if we can change our disposition, but I think as a matter of process, if we don't have a change in recommendations from the Office of Criminal Justice, then we have nothing to vote on. And I encouraged him that we will probably have another round of law enforcement awards after the first of the year, and he is eligible to apply for what he wants. So I hope I didn't take too much of your thunder there. So would you like to add anything else to that, or just kind of an update where we are, and I can ad-lib after you?
Charisse Witt with the Office of Criminal Justice Assistance. The notifications from our office went out to the agencies that applied, and I was under the impression that the actual award letters and the grant award documents would be coming either from the commission or the grants office, and I'm still not sure who did what in that respect. I did speak with White Pine County Sheriff and sent him the copy of our original recommendations, which did have him fully funded, and let him know that the commission members had some issues with asking for that much money, and during the subcommittee meeting the amount was decreased, and he said that he would be talking with Chairman McKay. As far as going forward, we've made our recommendations and the commission has voted on those recommendations, so I would not recommend that you try to go back. If you do, you're going to have the other 9 agencies coming out wanting to reapply for those funds. You do have some funding left. It's up to you, and I guess that was my question is, what do you want to do with those funds? By the time we get together and I get some direction as to what you want as priorities and what you want done with that funding, we put out a solicitation. The awards aren't going to be going out till probably December, January anyway. So if you want to do that, we'll oblige and work with you. We would like to have some direction. Last time we were told you want to get as much money out as possible, but yet we also need to be cognizant of giving money where the commission members were concerned that top of the line items were being requested when the standard items might work as well. So I'd like a little more direction on that before we go to another solicitation. Or if you want to wait until January and do it all then.
Okay.
Just looking for some guidance. And I see on the agenda that Commissioner Lee may want to speak to the issues as well. I don't know.
Thanks. Stay right there. Commissioner Lee, would you like to update us on your Chiefs meeting you had in August?
Yeah, I can either do that now or when you do the commissioner's reports later. But first of all, Sheriff Watts asked me to apologize. He is at the funeral for the Carson City deputy that was killed in the line of duty, and he's at that funeral today. And I thought it was important that he was there. So apologies that he didn't make it today. He did want to be here and voice his concerns. I know one of his concerns was that, that his grant proposal was cut substantially, and he was not able to, I guess, be asked if he could do with less. And I guess that was his big concern is that I guess if anybody had time to call for, what a trailer would normally cost, if they could have just called, them, and maybe they could have justified, and he would have been able to explain why they needed a trailer that was that expensive. I know was one of his main concerns. I do not know whether he's going to be able to, do the grant with what he's got. I doubt it. If going with the direction they want to go, I don't think he'll be able to probably complete the grant. So he was concerned, well, can he turn it back and reapply, and what his chances are. And I certainly could reapply. So that was his concern. Is that, and I know that Charisse with the Office of Criminal Justice Assistance, I know they've been really good with entities who have put in for grants, and maybe there wasn't enough funding to go around. They've been pretty good about saying, well, we can't fund, 50,000 for this project, but could you make that project work for, 40,000, and gave us the chance to at least look at it. And I think that's a good thing. Maybe we can change those methods or however we do that, so that if that agency says, no, I can't, well, then they can give the money back to somebody else, or to another granting, a person that's applying for the grant, or gives the chance to make that work. So that was his concerns, and I actually could give you an update on the Sheriff's and Chiefs meeting either now or later on in the agenda when it's under the Commissioner's things. Up to you guys.
Okay. And I just replied. Commissioner Drew?
Commissioner Drew for the record. Commissioner Lee, I did have some input on that, and from a base point, part of that trailer, he had put in his application that he needed it, and being that it was specialized, and the reason it was specialized was for drug ratification. Obviously, yeah, that's a great thing, but my personal belief is I don't think we should take ATV money and put it toward, it's still law enforcement, but it's not part of our focus. So, I think that was my apprehension in trying to fund it fully, because I was on the subcommittee, and again, I'm looking at the constituents, of the off-roaders, and yeah, they're going to look at me and go, why would you, he could have done, to haul the ATVs, he could have had a really nice trailer for $5,000-6,000 that would have hauled the ATVs. But because, they added, usage, and I mean, I give him credit, he was honest, and that's why he needed it, but I didn't feel that was the proper thing for, as the commission looking out for off-roaders. I haven't seen a marijuana plant, knock off an ATV rider. So it wasn't a safety thing, and it wasn't an education thing. And I know that sounded like a cheap crack, and it wasn't, but it just, again, first go round, boy, if that money goes towards something that's not our focus, I think that it, gives us a black eye. So, in other words, I wanted you to have that information. I don't know if you did or not, but I'm so, for law enforcement, and I've got my whole family's law enforcement background, so, I don't want to have a black eye with you guys either. So, but we need to do the right thing, and I would like to see some more applications. Let's get this money out doing the right thing.
No, this is Commissioner Lee. No, and I appreciate that, and I think he does too. And sometimes it's in the way the justification of your grant's written. I know that I've written enough grants to know that sometimes it's just in justification, and certainly he was being honest, and I personally I appreciate that. I really do, and maybe the justification could have been written a little bit different. I know, and I don't want to get into this whole side thing, but just as an FYI, because I remember when we first started this, question that Charisse and actually Commissioner McKay both had to me is the word search and rescue were written into some of the grants. They're like, well, wait a minute, we shouldn't be paying for search and rescue, but in law enforcement, search and rescue is a huge component of the OHV community, and so I didn't want to just X that all out and say, no, forget it, it's search and rescue, get it out of here. So I think that's just one component, and one thing at the Sheriffs and Chiefs that I stressed that we wanted to do education and community outreach as a priority, then enforcement of the law as second, and search and rescue maybe as a third type of priority. And that's why I said that's what they should focus on, their grants for law enforcement. That's what they should do. And if they would write their justifications that way, I think that they would probably get funding. Just as a little quick side note, and I'll quit. But as far as the marijuana ERAD, certainly I think you're right. When you look at that on the surface, it is kind of maybe something that we wouldn't want as a priority. But I can tell you right now in Lincoln County, with the outdoor marijuana drills that we have had, a lot of those have been found by OHVers, and they've driven right into them. And it's a huge safety concern of law enforcement and hunting both, that people who are out recreating run into these things, and it is a danger. So, but I agree. I think that is a kind of a side note, and that a good justification on the grant maybe could have gone farther. I did not read his grant. I didn't get to actually read the heart of his grant, so I didn't see what the justification was for that. But anyway, just want to make that note. But I do appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with you.
Thank you. A little more information. We've received and signed award letters for Humboldt County Sheriff, Lincoln County Sheriff, and the City of Mesquite. I've had a couple other calls from other agencies saying that their signature is coming. And I'm going to make an effort next week to reach out to the balance of them to see where they are on that. I think, too, as far as timing goes, it's probably fairly unrealistic to do an additional law enforcement award program this year. We could schedule an agenda item in September, October, give Charisse much more direction as far as how we'd like to do funding and what we've learned from this one. And we can pick it right up after January 1st and get one implemented early in the next year. If that pleases the Commission. Commissioner Giroux?
Commissioner Giroux, for the record. I'm all for that. I would like to, have by end of fiscal 2015 at least the money that we have allocated to be journaled, so that we do not have come 2016, that money, even though it's in our bank account, it shouldn't be counted again, because that would be where Commissioner Lambert, had talked about the double dipping thing. So, and I, again,
Okay.
that, I'm beating that dead horse, but we need to, we need to get our framework correct. And I'm just coming from real world, so I guess, state operates. I know DMV said they operate more like real world, but if we're having to play by some kind of a new rule book that no one does, that makes no sense. So anyway, that would be my only thing, is that money, of whatever, because I think we had 180,000 on paper, and it sounds like we're going to have a few that are not going to complete. So whatever gets put back, yeah, that's fair game to be reallocated at our 20%. But the stuff that, that we might have checks in the mail, but it doesn't clear by that picture date, we need to be, the adults in the room and count that as money spent and not put it back toward a reallocation. Just hopefully everyone's on that same page.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioners, I just want to be clear that has not happened. There has been no double dipping. We have treated the 20% on the accrual method from the first year that it was awarded. So 2014, we took out what was the balance on January 1, 2014. 20% of that, pushed it aside, subtracted it from the 2015 January balance, and that's how we came up with the 20%. The only thing, and that's why I'm saying double dipping is not the right term, but the only reason that law enforcement may have gotten more is because you didn't do the optional awards. And the reason you didn't do the optional awards, which is for the trails and the mapping and the education and outreach, is because you couldn't. So because you couldn't allocate those funds that you had no obligation to fund, the amount that you might have given to them had you had the proper regulations would have reduced the amount of the 2015 law enforcement award. So the only extra money that law enforcement has gotten is because you didn't spend any optional money for trails, mapping, or anything else in 2014. As far as the accounting goes, we've been doing it, you've been doing it on the accrual method, so that 20% has already been set aside for 2014, for 2015. It won't go back into the balance for 2016 if it doesn't get spent, because the statute says you must spend it. So it is set aside, it's there. It's not going to go back in and get recalculated where they get that 20% on top of it. It's already set aside for them. It's just a matter of the Office of Criminal Justice making the recommendation and then the Commission making the award.
Thank you, Raylene. And I totally agree with that. And like I say, even if, like in this round of grants that went toward law enforcement, if some of those don't get used, that still stays in that 2014 grant allocation, and we're going to use it calendar year first. So then on our next go round, if we had 100,000 left from 2014 budget, that gets used up first, and then we do 15. But we're keeping that stuff separate. And I guess the other side of it is, I just want to add that we need to properly take our 5% for our overhead. That needs to be journaled as well. Otherwise, if it's not, that money will get actually counted toward law enforcement, which it shouldn't. So and I don't think that we've done that in the past. So anyway, just FYI.
Okay.
Well, and the reason you can't do it with that 5% is because it's not a must. That's your actual expenses. They can't exceed 5%. But that doesn't mean that you get to accumulate or accrue them from year to year. You can only use what you actually expend for administering the account. It can be up to 5%.
So
you can't carry that balance over. The only thing that's mandatory is the 20%. So that one gets set aside, keeps building, whatever. Everything else is discretionary, including the 5%.
Okay, but are you talking about balance forward or balance in the rears? because the way I understand it, you're taking a look at your budget, okay? It's not what you spend. In other words, January 1, if you have $1 million, 5% is 50 grand, okay? Are you saying that that's what you spent in 2014?
No, that's what you have to spend.
Have
for the
to spend
upcoming
in
year.
15. Well, if you don't set it aside, then you're going to pay 20% of what you haven't spent yet. Do you follow me?
No.
It's a double.
Well,
it is.
No, because in other words, you'll have your balance. You've got whatever your expenditures are for this year, and you're expending them. But you can't exceed whatever 5% of the January 1, 2015 balance was. So if on November 1st you've reached the max, you can't expend anything else in December, right? Because you can't go over that 5%. Then whatever your balance is, and we've kind of collectively decided that would be an accrued balance, whatever that is, meaning whatever those revenues that would have been earned through December 31st, you calculate what's 5% of that amount, and that's all you'll have to be able to spend going forward in 2015. So if you didn't use all of the 5% in 2015, yes, some of that 5% is now going to go to law enforcement in 2016.
I understand that, but again, simple math, and I'll use a even number. Okay, so you have $1 million. That's your budget. 5% is 50,000. Okay.
Use half.
So right there, now you're at 950,000. 20% of that should go to law enforcement.
20%.
No, the 20% is calculated. Everything is calculated on the balance
after law
of the January 1st.
But again, you're looking at a budget expenditure. So basically, you're giving them 20% of the 50,000 you're going to spend.
Yep.
20% of the 1 million that you have.
No,
That's correct. 20%
but 50,
of the 1 million.
But again, 50,000 is for your overhead. So you're giving them 20% of the overhead that you're going to spend because you haven't spent it yet.
But no, because you're not looking at, it's the balance in the account, right? It's the amount of money in the account. They get 20% of whatever's in the account.
Then you're not doing a accrual because basically that 50,000 is going to be a payable. So, in other words,
it doesn't matter. No, you have to look at them all, but look at them all as payables. Okay, they're all payables. The 20% of the law enforcement, you've got your pie, right? 20% goes to law enforcement, 5% goes to your account management, the other 75% is all of your optional money. So they get their 20% of the full pie. Correct. You do not subtract off the 50,000 of the expenditure of your 5% and then calculate it. It's 20% of the full pie.
We get 5%.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we do this offline?
That's fine.
A little
I'm sorry.
between two. No, it's okay.
You're right.
You both have points. We got a couple more things, and then we're good. So
But the answer is no, we can't do it offline. You have to do it in an open meeting.
yeah, you can talk together offline. Yes. All right. I wanted to do 10, a little bit about discussion about the vacancy of the executive secretary position. And I'd like Sue Baker, who's our chair of the search committee, to advise the commission on the status of our job posting and process of hiring an executive secretary. Commissioners will discuss the criteria for selecting and interviewing the top candidates at a future date. The commission will discuss the next steps in the hiring process and future scheduling. So, Sue, would you like to give a little report on your progress?
I will. I worked with the State Human Resources Department, and they identified the position as unclassified. I put in the description that there were no benefits, and nobody questioned any of that. So now I've got to go back, I guess, and confirm what that actually means. I was quick trying to look through it now, and it looks like unclassified, it's just meaning at will. If you don't get overtime, you're not subject to all the other rules, but I got to keep researching it. So that's one component that I'll try to get some additional information on. With regard to the recruitment process itself, Raylene gave me some good examples so that it could more mirror what other agencies do for these unclassified positions. So it was posted very clearly as an unclassified position hired pursuant to NRS 490.067, serves at the pleasure of the commission. We gave the salary, the personnel helped me with the looking at the job duties we assigned them. They gave me a similar classification that gave it a salary range. So that was posted, and we clarified that the incumbent would work an average of 20 hours a week for a maximum of 80 hours per month. So assuming they were paid at the top of the range and were 80 hours a month, it would be, I think, $28,800 a year is what we would be expending, which is more than what we've done before with the 80 hours a week. But we put that in there thinking that they could at least start to assume some of the additional duties with the, a month, 80 hours a month, with the grant oversight. So that had the qualifications. I had sent that to all of you. The position announcement talked about general administrative duties, but then also some experience with budget or accounting, some experience with grant oversight, and some experience with public outreach or managing websites. So we had 11 applications that came in. One withdrew because they've already been offered new employment. Of the 10 remaining, one of them didn't even send their resume. They only just sent a 2-line cover letter saying, "Hire me, please." So of the 9 remaining candidates, I then took a look at the key qualifications that we were looking for with regard to some experience in budget or accounting, general administrative experience, grant oversight, and marketing, website, or public outreach. And I also threw in there if they had any familiarity with the state of Nevada, because I think that's really going to be helpful for us given all these Nevada departments and areas that we're unclear with. So in taking a look at the 9 applications then, and saying if you had at least 3 of the 5 skill sets identified in your resume, so you had at least 3. You had experience in budget and accounting, administration, grant oversight. There were 3 candidates. There was a clear separation of the 3 versus the remaining 9. So my suggestion would be to set up an interview panel and interview those 3 and then make the recommendation. And I know, so that's where I'm at right now. Anybody has any questions?
I think excellent reports.
The 3 people, the top 3. Sure. Carson City.
Yeah, I think 2 in Carson, 1 in Las Vegas, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Great job, Sue. Appreciate your work. Do any of the commissioners have?
Actually, I think all 3 of them were in.
That's someone's phone. You're gonna have to.
I just went. I think you have a volume. Hang on. Might be a hint, huh? Oh, okay. Great.
I do.
All right.
All 3 were in Carson City.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that
all
3
three?
of them were in
Okay.
Carson City. Yeah.
All right. Would any of the commissioners have additional criteria for selection and interviewing any of these candidates other than what Sue had already elaborated on?
Commissioner
Dro?
Excellent job, Sue, and basically, I guess the only thing I want to throw in there before we get the cart in front of the horse, Commissioner Lee had a real world question, and it's going to be a question on my mind. How do we look at this employee? Are we going to have to, is it going to be a state? Is it going to be PERS? Because I think that impacts us greatly. So, in other words, we're back to let's get a definition before we do something and then find out that, oh, we can't even offer that even though we've done it because we can't afford it because we don't have the budgeting.
Yeah, and I think we can find that out for our next meeting and give you an update on that. But very good point. Any other commissioner comments?
I had one question.
Yes.
And that was, how did you, you said something about qualifications on how you narrowed it down, Commissioner Baker? So some of them didn't meet the requirements, and then others you took see, I'm not sure that you can do that. You have to do that in an open meeting. So you may have to look at all of the applicants. Obviously, if there were some that didn't meet the qualifications or didn't complete the application in the way that you told them that they had to, but anybody else, as far as narrowing down the criteria, I think the commission will have to. You can vote and do a subcommittee of that, but it'll all have to be done in an open meeting. And that's, there was a case, it's the City Council of City of Reno versus Reno newspapers. It's a 1989 case, and it talks about NRS 241.030, closed sessions cannot be held for the discussion of the appointment of any person. And then the case itself goes through and they talk about any step of the process and eliminating certain applicants. So it's just, again, it's, I know it makes it a little more cumbersome, but the commission as a whole will have to either appoint a subcommittee to narrow it down and then do the rest of it in an open meeting. It'll all have to be in an open meeting, but it can be done in a smaller subcommittee open meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner Duro, at this point, can we discuss all the applicants and then narrow it down ourselves to possibly what we'd consider qualified applicants so that we can speed up the process instead of doing another meeting, since Ms. Baker has everything at her fingertips and it's for discussion and possible action. So I would think that we should be able to narrow it down right now.
How do you get the documents to the public?
Well, the way that it's agendized, it doesn't talk about going through the actual discuss the criteria for selecting and interviewing the top candidates. But so I guess you could discuss the criteria.
Again, if we're discussing the criteria of who then we want to interview at a future date, it seems to me that we could save another, because otherwise we're another meeting, then at that meeting, then we can do interviews, then at another meeting, so then maybe next year we'll have a secretary.
Let me ask you this, Raylene. The actual announcement says minimum requirements. And it says a bachelor's degree in business or public administration or related field and 3 years of full-time professional level experience performing administrative, operational, budgetary, public outreach, and grant funding administration. So if they don't have those, wouldn't they automatically be not advanced?
If they don't meet the qualifications that you required for the application, yes.
So
but I thought you said then you eliminated some in that way, and then you went through and looked at others.
No, I took administrative. Let me see, what did I take? Well, let me see.
Just trying to speed up the process.
So it
Yeah,
says
otherwise
administrative, I took that
subcommittee
one.
it and still bring it back next time.
Budgetary, I took that one. Public outreach, I took that one. Grant funding, I took that one. And then I added if they had experience with the state, but then I said as long as you met 3 of the 5, you could move forward.
3 of the 5 that you were
Operational, budgetary, public outreach, and grant funding, those 4 were listed in the minimum requirements of the job announcement. And then I added the 5th of...
But see, the problem is that you on your own are making determinations about, well, 3 out of the 5,
Okay.
then I'll consider you. That wasn't, in other words, the commission didn't establish
So
that.
I can definitely go back. And if they all meet all the minimum requirements of the announcement, then it's not subjective. They either say that they go, I have no grant funding experience, or they don't mention, and anything in their resume shows no grant funding experience, then they're out.
If they don't meet the qualifications, you can eliminate them that way, but you can't get into subjective determinations without doing that in an open meeting.
I don't think any of them were subjective because they say in their applications and in their cover letter or in their resume, if they don't identify that they've done public outreach or grants or marketing or general administrative, then that's not subjective. I can figure that out. So I think I can go back then and maybe because of the 3 and the 5, it'll probably end up being the same candidates. It may be one more additional candidate. I can do that. And then we can just go straight to the selecting the subcommittee for the interviews. I'll keep that with you.
Okay, so is the commission going to decide who the subcommittee for interviewing is today?
I think we can do that right now. I'd make a motion that we get a subcommittee to go ahead and review the applications and make sure that the applicants are qualified.
You can't make a motion.
Oh, I'm
you can
sorry.
do this without a motion.
That's right.
You just have to do it.
All right. We could do an executive or a subcommittee, and I'm looking for volunteers on the subcommittee. And Sue, I think you'd be one. Raylene, would you be up for that, or you prefer us to take?
cannot do that.
Okay.
I'm your legal counsel.
Okay. Any other volunteers? I'm just thinking 3.
I reluctantly will
Okay.
volunteer.
Commissioner Giroux, Commissioner Baker, and I'll also sit on that subcommittee. And we will properly agendize an open meeting and hopefully get a process to bring back to the commission's next meeting a qualified candidate group for interview and possible hiring. Does that suit the commission?
It's done. You did it.
Okay. Very good.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
No, it's just direction. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think we could probably, at that same time, delegate that. Or you want to talk a little bit about update on possible host agencies, Sue? Or
Hang on. I'm sorry, Chairman Kay. I think you need to perhaps discuss the criteria that the commission, the process that you're going to utilize in the subcommittee for selecting the secretary.
okay. Sue, would you, Commissioner Baker, would you like to just reiterate those criteria that you had enumerated on before?
Well, and also just the process of what you envision what the next steps are going to be.
Okay. Vision.
To make so that we don't have to deliberate the criteria, I'm going to go over all the applications and ensure they meet the minimum qualifications as required in the job application announcement, which was the 4 criteria of public administration,
That's fine, the criteria that you
Okay,
previously
all right.
stated.
All right, the criteria within the job announcement and advance those applicants to the subcommittee for interviews.
And then how will you, will the subcommittee then make the determination? And the interviews will obviously be done in an open meeting. And then how do you anticipate selecting, because the selection deliberation has to be done in an open meeting.
You need us right now to identify how we're going to select the candidate. I mean, after meeting the minimum qualifications, I would think it would just be the one we feel most suited. Is that not appropriate?
Well, but how do you, because you have to again do that in an open meeting where the candidates are there. It can get very awkward. I mean, I've seen it done before. Because the other candidates will be there for the interviews. They'll be hearing the interviews of the other individual being interviewed. And then the subcommittee is going to have to determine how they're going to, again, your deliberation of who you select is also going to be in an open meeting.
You know what, I have a list, I think it was 8 questions that we asked the previous application process. And so I'm thinking our decision will be based on how the candidates answer the best answer the pre-selected questions that we have.
Okay. And then how do you anticipate that the three of you will then come to a conclusion about which one to select?
I think within the questions that I have right now, I can put a little score range on each one of them, and we can all score them individually, and then talk about them and see who scores the highest based on each person in the subcommittee can score each applicant based on the questions that we ask, and then we'll all review each other's scoring, and I think the top candidate will come from that high score.
Well done.
Sound good?
Sounds good to me. All right.
Question.
Commissioner Drew.
Commissioner Drew, for the record. So after we scored the top candidate from the subcommittee, at that point, the next commission meeting, would we then have the top candidate come in front of the commission so that everyone at that point could maybe ask questions or, kind of give, basically what we're doing is we're narrowing it down to what we think our top pick is, but ultimately the commission itself is going to vote yay or nay on the hire.
All right.
I was actually thinking we would make that recommendation as the subcommittee. But that would be at the choice of the full commission here, how we would want to, if you would want to give us that discretion, or if you would want to meet that candidate and confirm it.
Subcommittees can't hire.
I think we can make the recommendation. We can have that candidate present to the commission, have a little question and answer, and vote to hire as a commission. Does that work okay?
See if that's okay with Raylene, I think.
Yeah. Does that work for you, Raylene?
You can do it, I think either way. So your suggestion is that the subcommittee will just narrow it down to one candidate and then get the commission to validate that or not? Is that going to be difficult for the commission to do without a choice?
You got to pick them and
No?
then the resumes.
Commissioner Giroux,
why we have them come forward?
That's what
well, or could we narrow it down to the 2 top candidates and at that point give the commission a choice?
And the resumes. Yes.
Just trying to streamline.
As chair of the subcommittee, I would prefer that the commission allow us to make the decision, because I think it will be very awkward if we advance this person. How are you going to do anything other than say yes? I don't see this commission saying no to that person if we've already vetted them and make the recommendation. And if you do, that's going to be so awkward. I don't know why we would want to set ourselves up for that.
This is Commissioner Cox. I agree. I make the motion that we let the subcommittee make the decision and present to us the person as a recommendation for hire.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Subcommittees.
Commissioner Lambert, for the record, I'll second said motion.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Opposed? Very well. All right, thank you. Any other loose ends, or that's item number 10 done now? All right, number 11, Sue, I don't know if we'd like to update the rest of the commission on a potential host agency, or we'd like to defer this till next meeting. It's your pleasure.
I would like to just real briefly, we've had discussions, Greg and I have with, Greg had with the Park Service earlier, and we know that one of their requirements was that we come fully funded if they wanted to host us. We've had discussions, Greg and I, with the Division of Tourism. The director is Claudia Becchio. We had a good conversation with her regarding the findings from our audit and our goals. This Nevada Division of Tourism is funded through state room tax, and they actually even have a section within their division for outdoor recreation and OHV use, with a website with OHV encouragement, although no details, because they say there aren't any for the state of Nevada. They do offer grants, and they actually fund the Park Service a percentage of their revenue for outdoor recreation with no current definition of what the Park Service has to do with the money. So when we talked about how we needed a host agency so that we could be under one of the divisions and better understand what goes on within the state and also share resources, we talked about they have a person on payroll that oversees grants, and it might be a fit. They did feel we were probably still a better fit with the Parks Department, but they weren't totally opposed to exploring what that could be. And they even suggested that in the interim, until we became more revenue, until we had more revenue so that we could fully fund our own staff, they might be able to help us out. So they were going to talk to a few other people. There was a department within the state that they had to get authorization for that to happen, and then they were going to get back to us. And as of this morning, the person that they are most need to speak to has been on vacation and won't be back till the first after Labor Day. But so that was promising. The Department of Transportation, we also talked to. They actually have a grants division, and they have an outdoor recreation division. So they were going to explore what that might look like internally if they wanted to consider perhaps hosting us. And I phoned them and emailed them, but I haven't heard back. But it was exciting to hear about what these organizations are doing in the way of outdoor recreation and OHV use. And we're just, if nothing else, we're talking and connecting with each other and understanding that there's a reason for us to work together. Whether they host us or not, it's still all favorable with regard to the partnerships. And if we get real lucky, we might find somebody that wants to adopt us and can help fund a full-time position. So that's my update so far.
Excellent work, Sue. Great job. Any comments by the commission? Commissioner Giroux?
Commissioner Giroux, great work, Commissioner Baker, and why I like the idea of, the tourism angle. I mean, we've been talking about how much money the off-road brings into the state and how much of it we don't get no credit for. I mean, boy, talk about a nice little hand-in-hand operation. I can see that really paying benefits. So, very good work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sue. Sharice, you had one comment. I don't want to hold you any longer than I already have.
Sharice Witt for the record. I just wanted to reiterate that it is very important, I feel, for you to find out if this position needs to be a state position, state employee, or if you can do it as a contractor. If it's going to be a state employee, you have all kinds of other hoops you need to go through. And I understand going ahead with the process so you're not wasting time. But if Raylene or someone can find that out for you, it will be a huge benefit.
It's definitely on the list. Thank you. Great. Item 12, election of secretary position for the 2015-16 term. We had an election last meeting, but forgot to include secretary in there. At this point, I'll ask if any commissioner would like to serve the position of secretary for the year. Any volunteers that aren't already occupying a position? If not, Raylene, are we mandated to elect it, or can it be left open?
Is Richardson willing to
I thought you were nominating me, Greg.
I would if I could.
Is Richardson willing to stay? The role motorcycle.
The commission shall. That's mandatory language.
Shall.
Probably.
That's what you just said, wasn't it? Shall.
I'm sorry.
Did you hear me?
No, I'm sorry.
The statute says shall, so
Okay.
you must.
All right. I have a suggestion. I'll entertain a motion to retain Jim Richardson as secretary for this position.
I motion to keep Jim Richardson as secretary. Gary Lambert for the record.
Commissioner Giroux, I'll second that.
That's how you become president.
Very well. It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion or volunteer? Hearing none, I'll call for the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Commissioner briefings? Any commissioner briefings?
This is Commissioner Cox.
Go ahead, Commissioner
I just
Cox.
want to put, for informational purposes, the City of Mesquite, under 469.001, has designated a portion of the state highway as a trail, so now that we can access our trail systems by crossing the Riverside Bridge and down the state highway. So that's a good move and hopefully an example for other cities within the state.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Any other updates? Commissioner Lee?
Just really quick, because I know everybody wants to really get out of here too, but I had a really positive, what I think is positive agenda item on the Sheriff's and Chief's agenda in Ely in July. I think it went really well. We had a lot of discussion from sheriffs and chiefs and the people that were there. It was one of the longer items on the agenda, I thought. It was and it went pretty well. Since that meeting, I've been contacted by multiple jurisdictions, counties, to get a copy of Lincoln County's ordinance that allowed the travel of off-road vehicles on designated county or city roads. Mesquite has done theirs quite a long time ago, but they just got the bridge done. I think we did. So anyway, I know. So I think we're slowly getting some more on board, and I think we will as time goes on. But I know this has been a long time coming. I wish we would have had a little more buy-in from some time back, but I think we're finally getting the attention of the law enforcement community, and I think we're getting that buy-in that we've wanted. Not to the extent that I'd like to have it yet, but I think it's coming. So I felt very good about that.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioners?
Commissioner Baker, and one of the other things when in talking with these different people was the Tread Lightly program. That's a national program. People are aware of it. I logged on and took a look at it, and they actually they've initiated partnerships in states of Utah, Wyoming, and Arizona, where the Tread Lightly facilitators brought all of the agencies together so that they were unified with their marketing message and with their understanding and appreciation of each other's goals. So I didn't know if we wanted to pursue a future agenda item to talk about what involvement we'd like to have with them, and if we would like to have them help us in facilitating the discussions with the other agencies or not. But just thought I'd throw that out.
All right, I think we could put that a future agenda item there. And I have one short update for those that don't know. The legislative committee made our temporary regulations permanent. So that's another nice little notch on the belt. Any other commissioner briefings? Okay. We're at public comment. Any public comment? Everybody's had plenty of comment today. Hearing none in Carson City. Any public comment in Las Vegas?
No public present.
Okay. Very well. Next scheduled meeting. I'm thinking it's probably going to take a couple weeks for us to fix all the items discussed in our grant guidebook. The legislative building here is good those 3 Thursdays in October, 8, 15, and 22. So I'll send that out and see what, once we get our request for proposals out, we'll get some dates out there and see what works for the balance of the commission. This place is going to be closed for a significant remodel from November till probably February 1st. So we'll probably have to go back to PEC for a couple of months. But I'll definitely send you some dates and see how that works for your calendar. So if there's no other items, take a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Drew, motion to adjourn.
For the record, Commissioner Lambert, I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Meeting's adjourned at 1:55. Thanks everybody for their patience. Things straightening out or still pretty?
I spent all day standing in the ashes in my home yesterday.
Looking through things?
I am so sorry.
No, that's all right.
I threw a lot of irons and I didn't know.
No, and I think I understand what you're trying to get at, and I think I'm probably more your page than that. But yeah, we'll get there, and I'll come by and when you're free. And a lot of good points. It's all good.
I just
There's a
didn't
lot of shit that came up. It's like, well, we never really talked about it.
We were told point blank they could be contractors by the first and second.
And actually what Sue said, they could still be independent contractors but have to pay unemployment.
But they're supposed to pay it because we didn't write our contract right.
We'll be talking with personnel.
I tell you that I hire pieceworkers all the time and they sign that they're going to pay it and they don't pay it and I've got a way out.
But you're not the state.
I just said that we were told they could be contractors.
I don't doubt that.
We have to have clarification.
Yeah.
Because
it's got implications
because
for
now
cost.
we need to find out who said that they're going to be a state employee.
I was just going to say congratulations for passing this,
well,
getting to
that
this
was
point.
A big goal.
It's just ridiculous.
You guys work for years. I'm the newest comer on this whole bunch. That was enough to make me almost blow my brains out.
It just takes forever for anything to happen.
The shit you could do, I can build $1 million worth of building in the next 3 weeks. We can't even give the fucking money away.
Well, we'll sort it out and we'll learn from it and we'll.
Well, and that's the whole
we've
thing.
got
You
this
gotta,
notion that this is this usual.
And I'll have that argument with Raylene, but because you're allocating funds forward,
you guys can't hire an outside contractor.
okay,
That just sounds
that's money
ludicrous
spent.
to me.
You just haven't spent it yet, so they shouldn't get
You know, we're still
that
arguing
extra.
about
Yeah,
how
so
many times
say,
we have
all
to
right, we got
pay
a
the
million, we got
law
50,000
enforcement
for
grant.
admin. We
And
only
I'm
spent
again doing
25
12
on that.
months.
That other 25 ends up going into the balance the next year.
Which I'm fine with.
Yeah.
But their 20%
Thanks, Larry.
should be 20% of the pie, but before it's pie, 5% went for expenses.
That's not the way it works.
The way
So the
that-
20 goes first,
20
and
goes
our
first.
5 goes
That's the way the
after.
laws
It's in
are.
the revised statute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
there. That's why I
Alright.
kept saying, our
Alright.
piece is out of the
Alright.
800. That's in statute.
But again, in accounting,
I get that.
in
but
accounting,
Hi.
money that's spent.
That went a little
It's
longer
spent.
than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, you can't.
A lot longer,
because
actually.
They're getting 20% of that 50 grand.
Just a few minutes and I'll give
That's
you
10
this
grand.
DVD to take.
All right.
Oh, awesome.
One thing Peter
And
Berger
this one, was for